Good morning, everyone. Today, I shall be continuing the Honor Mode playthrough. I think I'm going to start by going to Dargonus and doing that so that I may obtain the ship. I think that is going to be the call. I cleared this out, right? This is where the drifting, the drifting void ship was. Yeah. Alright, so I shall head here and then up to Dargonus because I made a path up there from here. Permission to report, Lord Captain. I keep receiving messages about strange behaviors in certain ship systems. All decks report the uncontrollable opening and closing of doors, gates, and airlocks. They behave erratically and do not obey the operator's commands. Regrettably, this has led to casualties among the crew. The tech priests have explained that these phenomena are being caused by the machine spirit's irascibility and have spent hours chanting litanies to soothe their anger. Unfortunately, many crew members were badly injured before the prayers could stabilize the systems. Lord Captain, I hasten to report the disturbing news brought to me by the ship's machine spirits of the ship. The matter is extremely delicate and concerns Lady Cassia. You see, since her first day aboard, her presence has been a disturbance to the crew's way of life. If you'll allow, I have prepared a detailed report. Deliver your report. First incident occurred immediately after our departure from Uric 5. The Lady Navigator chastised one of the ship's runners, after which he went to his living quarters, killed his family, and then shot himself. The second incident was noted while traversing the warp. The Lady Navigator gave the pilots the wrong instructions and the void ship was thrown off course for a matter of minutes, but this was enough for the forces of the Immaterium to anger the machine spirits, enough for them to start a fire in the service bay. After that, officers living near the Lady Navigator's quarters began to express extreme emotions: hysteria, apathy, euphoria, rage. This is quite detrimental to crew morale and performance. The last incident was recorded on Footfall. Around 100 living birds were delivered on board during our stay on Footfall. Each bird cost a hefty sum, but I failed to discover their purpose and subsequent fate. I was told about a conflict between the Lady Navigator and the Seneschal. Alas, with no details. If you like, you can ask Master Wasurian directly. Things are even worse with Jai Haydari. I intercepted a Voxcast in which she promised she would, and I quote, end that Casca's life, or end that Casca, if she ever saw her again. If I may, Lord Captain, the Lady Navigator's state of mind worries me. She is self-contained and does not mesh with the crew at all, which is why everyone avoids her. Even senior officers can be superstitious. I fear that only you are in a position to talk to her on an equal footing and improve the situation. For the sake of the crew's safety and that of Lady Cassia herself. From here, we chart new routes. And I shall take care of the Cassia situation.
Lord Captain.
I hear you and Cassia exchanged words recently. What happened?
And who brought this piece of news to you, I wonder? Then again, I have nothing to hide from you. Of late, the helmsmen have been going off course with increasing frequency, and the reports are full of contradicting accounts. The problem continued, even after several demotions were handed out, so I took it upon myself to investigate. I was astonished to learn that our Lady Navigator has been amending entries in the ship's log, and the officers have been keeping silent on her orders. I immediately demanded an end to the outrageous conduct, and I reprimanded Lady Cassia in front of the officers. She greeted my words with silence, and then quickly departed. I should not have acted thus. I never even found out what drove her to do it.
Alright. Must take my leave until next time, Seneschal.
Lord Captain.
And then Jai, where are you?
May the Exalted One protect you. Have you grown bored without our little talk, Shireen?
I heard you had a falling out with Cassia. You even threatened to kill her.
So, Vigdis is snooping in on my Vox line. I wasn't threatening your navigator. I didn't even think about it. I was just relaxing in the good company of fragrant Amasak, sweet-scented Laho, and a handful of new friends from the upper decks. And right in the middle of the fun, the Lady Navigator swoops in and starts jabbering about how her head is about to split from the cacophony of colors coming from our cabin. Long story short, Shireen, I had the misfortune of getting a taste of what your officers have been going on about. They say when the Arcelio girl becomes upset, everyone in the vicinity loses their minds and is overtaken by Agi. And it hurt like anything. I can only remember everyone huddling in a corner, wailing like klaxons. As for Cassia, I think Cassia was flustered by the state of our clothes, which were very meager back then, as you understand. Before I could get my bearings, the poor thing was gone. The whole situation was awkward. As for the threats, they were addressed to one of the girls I'd been foolish enough to invite to our little party. That Cassia used the confusion to pilfer a full pouch of Laho from under my nose.
So, I learned something from this conversation. That is an H, not an I. So that is Laho, not Iho.
Oh, I have no doubt you will.
The more you know. Alright, now to go talk with Cassia.
Words cannot describe how boring the bridge is without our stimulating conversations.
I've heard rumors that you're not getting along well with the crew. Panic flashes in her ruby eyes and your heart starts beating a little faster, while your hands go cold.
Not here. I'm begging you. Aren't noblemen supposed to discuss such things away from the servants?
Let's go to my study. No one will disturb us there.
Then lead the way, and I will answer all of your questions.
What is it you wanted to talk about, Lord Captain? I have nothing to say to your unfounded accusations that my conflicts with the crew, about my conflicts with the cute crew. I cannot recall my having a single quarrel with any of your people during my entire time aboard. You've been willfully changing entries in the ship's logbook and forbidding officers from reporting it to Abelard. I beg to differ. I've read numerous books on Astra Nataris, and I can swear on House Orcelio's honor that your officers are entering data in complete contravention of regulation. False terms, random distances between lines, spelling mistakes in even the simplest of words. I've spent the last few cycles correcting the latest log entries, and I thought it would please Master Abelard. He's so fond of order. And yet the Seneschal did not appreciate my efforts, and for some reason called them an outrage, even though mere days before he had been swaddling me in warm yellow words. I noticed all your people do this when they are expressing sympathy. I merely wanted to repay the Seneschal with the same courtesy. Perhaps he finds my friendliness off-putting. Must have quite the falling out with Jai if she's threatening to kill you. I already talked with Jai about this. Why is this even an option? The messenger you rebuked butchered his own family, then killed himself? I haven't rebuked a single errand boy on this ship. Ah, I think I remember. Kind young man with a shy smile and skillful fingers. Was too much rotten ochre on his shoulders. I grew tired of the disgusting color and advised him to lighten his burden by casting the weight off his shoulders. He did not come the next day, or ever again. During the warp voyage, he gave the wrong orders, which led to the vessel shifting off course and the service bay being destroyed. I saw something in the warp, something vast, predatory, shimmering with indescribable colors. It came from nowhere and stared at the ship with hundreds of hungry eyes, right there in our path. I decided to change the course while it was still possible, but did not want to sow panic. Would it have been better to tell the crew we were heading straight into a monster's gaping maw? The officers are reluctant to be quartered next to your chambers because of the constant emotional outbursts it causes them. Some even maim themselves and others. I already told you I cannot control my abilities. What else do you want from me? Will I be assigned a pariah chaperone? Or will you put me in suppressing shackles? Would you mind telling me why you needed 100 species of bird and what you used them for? Admittedly, I'm at a loss myself. The day we arrived on Footfall, I sent a request to the ship's quartermaster and asked him to get me a songbird. But he never asked for clarification, and shortly before we left, I had a countless number of cages delivered to me, all wrapped in bright red, panic, and flickering tints of fear. There was a bird in every one. I was so excited, I thought I would have 100 friends instead of just one. They were squeaking so piteously, I let the poor things out. I even fed them my breakfast and dinner, but the stupid birds would not stop chittering, even after bedtime. They were dashing about the room, smacking me in the face with their wings, and defecating. I became angry, and suddenly they started pecking at each other's eyes and attacking me. Then I became afraid, and they fell over dead. I do not think I want to keep pets anymore. I think I've heard enough. You have a kind soul, but have difficulty reaching out to people. I could teach you the art of communication if you like. That would be wonderful. My education on Uric 5 was cut short, but I had realized by then that the wisdom of books is a poor substitute for the wisdom of experience. Very well. Since we are done with this misunderstanding, I would like to change the subject. It would only be fair for me to ask you a few questions now, wouldn't it? Do not mistake me. I'm not going to accuse you of anything. Just that you are the most worthy interlocutor on the ship, and you're always so busy. What would you like to ask? I read a treatise on Paisius de Mobius very recently, who claimed that subjects would never believe their new ruler was better than the old one, unless the old one had become a tyrant. No matter the circumstances, the low-born rabble become deluded about their prospects and rebel in favor of their base desires. What do you make of that? On the contrary, the loyalty of subjects can be bought at a pittance. Lower tax, throw them a festival, feed the needy. A gracious gesture once every cycle will exalt you in the eyes of the rabble, as if it were his own blessing. Indeed, I was not wrong about your merits, or your ability to hold a conversation. I hope my second question does not confound you either. According to the 20 tomes penned by the preacher Aztec Istefan the Forgotten, mercy and cruelty go through the world hand in hand, but people flock only to one pan of the scales, Would you rather inspire fear in your followers, or be magnanimous and choose awe? One must be a tyrant, a friend, and a jester to one's subjects. What matters is to clearly discern which role is required at a given time. I don't know why that is there, but typo, I suppose. I succeeded the test. There is so much power in your words, power that makes me want to join you. I understand now why your subjects are eager to follow you. I admit I was afraid we were too different, and yet you helped me realize that I can be candid with you. Please do continue. I must confess that sometimes I can hardly bear the burden of how the house has placed on me. I feel I am not doing my best. Tell me how you, heir to the Protectorate, can bear the responsibility for billions of lives day after day and not stoop under all the weight. Not always easy, but I try to lead the dynasty toward prosperity by worthy means. Thank you for your patience, Zen. You are helping me to see the world in different colors. A novel experience for me. Our conversations hold a special place in my heart. Allow me to bid you farewell for now. I'm heading back to my chambers to consider today's conversation. Let's take a bath. Yeah, a bath. How's it going, Kyo? Hope all's well. Soothing water caresses your senses, and your grateful muscles welcome the chance to rest. A pleasant languor spreads through your body as you allow yourself a moment of quiet relaxation. I wish to see someone from my retinue. Would you like me to summon your lordship? Let's have Cassia come and paint my portrait while I'm bathing. At once? Lord Captain, it is most improper for us to be conversing in your bath chamber, and I cannot believe you wish me to paint a picture of you disrobed. What? Holy shit, what kind of check is this? I have 110 lore Imperium and it's not enough. I need... What? I need like 180 lore Imperium for this check? Lord Captain, it is most, I cannot. It is scandalous. This goes beyond every standard of decency. YOLO. I succeeded. It is a proud aristocratic tradition. Was it not customary on your station? I am afraid that my teachers on Uric 5 never mentioned such a curious practice to me. I have never painted people before, but I'm willing to try if you insist. Nude portrait of the rogue trader. Lady Cassia's artistic interpretation of your naked form. You could spend hours trying to figure out which specific part of the painting is supposed to be your face or your leg, or if they are even depicted in it at all. Cassia picks up her brush. The two of you spend the next half hour engaged in small talk, and her awkwardness soon gives way to an intense focus as she becomes immersed in her art. Draw me like an eldritch horror, apparently. This painting It may not be what you had in mind. Still, this is how I see you and your colors. The canvas is a whirlwind of brightly colored paints. The outline of a human figure is suggested through broad, colorful strokes and fluid shapes. You would be hard-pressed to call it a portrait, but the series of abstract images and impressions do vaguely resemble your form. Your style is so unique. I like it. She flushes with embarrassment. Let's see. You're most gracious. It would be a pleasure to paint like this again sometime, though perhaps in a more traditional environment. I'm alone once more. The Master of Ablutions stands by at the ready, patiently awaiting your command. I undress the enforcers. You two, get in here. I require company and pleasant conversation. Do you mean us, your lordship? There's no need to be shy. Relax with me for a moment. Orders received, your lordship. We will commence relaxation immediately. The enforcers are lean and muscular. They sit down awkwardly in the bathtub, clearly fighting the urge to stand at attention. What would you like to talk about, your lordship? We await your orders. You seem tense. Your orders are to enjoy some of this food in Amasek? The enforcers are barely able to conceal their excitement as they shove delicious delicacies into their mouth and wash them down with obscenely expensive drinks. They have never experienced anything like this before, and likely never will again. It is a feast they will not soon forget. A story they will tell to their grandchildren someday. Do you have any other responsibilities besides guarding these chambers? For hundreds of years, our clan has been responsible for ensuring the rogue trader's safety during times of leisure and relaxation. I guard the bath chamber, just as my grandmother did before me. She trained me herself and instructed me in my duties. Bath chamber can be more dangerous than a battlefield sometimes. You can slip on a wet tile, you can choke and drown. If the water is too hot, you can burn yourself. If it's too cold, you can freeze. There have even been cases where angry machine spirits have released sparks of their fury in the water. And of course, there have been numerous assassination attempts. And the woman stops abruptly. The other enforcer loudly clears his throat. It's reassuring to know my enforcers are prepared for anything. We live to serve, your lordship. We'll keep you safe. What do enforcers do in their free time? When we're off duty, we train, maintain our equipment, and pray at regulation-approved intervals. If we do have some time to ourselves, we might play some Tantolo, and Bran over here carves things out of soap scraps. Though, for the most part, we barely get enough time for rest, let alone leisure. Pass Bran a piece of soap and a knife. I demand a demonstration. The enforcer looks slightly flustered, but he quickly gets to work. After a little while, he presents you with a bust of the Emperor, about half the size of your palm. The Emperor's visage has been recreated with incredible precision and attention to detail. The small carving surpasses the work of many a skilled sculptor. I will have it placed in my study. I'm not worthy of such an honor. Thank you, your lordship. You may relax with me here until I'm finished bathing. I would consider it an honor, your lordship, but please do not tell the Master-at-Arms we joined in your ablutions. Mistress Sarabek will beat us bloody if she finds out. You feel revitalized. This was truly an experience worthy of a rogue trader. I don't know what I can do with this. It's just kind of here. I have a new item taking up inventory space that I don't really want to get rid of. Ooh, I wonder. I have this. Dang. I was hoping that this there'd be an option like this to replace the painting of the late Theodora in my chambers, but with with the new portrait. Oh well, so be it. What do I have here? Well-deserved rest. Lord Captain, Master Helmsman on the line, I can report that the quest for the capital world of Von Valencia's dynasty is finally at an end. Dargonus is straight ahead. We've received countless greetings. Your subjects would like to know when their master will be arriving. The merchant captains taking refuge in the orbital docks of Dargonus race to send you priceless welcoming gifts, hoping to buy your favor and make an impression on the rogue trader. Tell Dargonus that the rogue trader is coming home. It will be done, Lord Captain. Lord Captain, I will be pleased to accompany you during your visit to Dargonus, so I can personally introduce Achilles Scalander, a servant of the Golden Throne, who previously attended Lady Theodora on Dargonus. I'm counting on your benevolence. Box cast ends with a click. I remember Lady Theodora used to condemn traders to forced resettlement on this planetoid. Yes, every member of House Celius was packed into a cargo shuttle and sent on a one-way voyage. And then, a year later, we found the real conspirators. RIP. Or House Celius. Being sent away to the dead world. There's an Adeptus Mechanicus ship here. Let's see what's up with that. Lord Captain, a transport shuttle bearing the markings of the Adeptus Mechanicus is approaching the ship. Malgo's Tarzus delegation intends to board our ship and gain an audience with your lordship. This is exactly how they phrased it. He intends, not humbly requests. Many of my tech comrades neglect diplomacy when interacting with the lady. It is regrettable. What do they want? The honorable servants of the Omnissiah have ignored our request. Such arrogance is hardly trivial. It rather appears to be part of their intimidation tactics. Receive the delegation? They may... punish them for their disrespect by letting them dock at the farthest and most dilapidated airlock so that it takes them... Nah. We'll receive the delegation. They may indeed be here on important business. I know what they're here for. It's not important business. It will be done, Lord Captain. Requesting permission to be present at the audience granted by my tech comrades. Pascal, at least you're mostly leveled up. Okay, cool. I get a chance to level you up fully here. And you have your plasma gun. And I have time to give you... pipe. I'll just take the extra 5% armor here. And then here... Metronome, sure. You can have that for the moment. No, that doesn't actually give you extra parry, because you have the axe. Um... 5% damage, 5% chance to critical hit with single shots and deadeye shots. You can have a grenade one. You have a single grenade on you. Oh yeah, Abelard. I should... throw these... Oh yeah, you're wearing the Numo boots. Right up. Can't do that. That's fine. I'll go with those, I suppose. Oh no. Extra dodge. We like extra dodge. Alright, that's fine. And here... we gain Wild Hunt. Bounty Hunter simultaneously makes several attacks. This is the heroic action. That is fine.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
A group dressed in the crimson of the priesthood of Mars walks towards you. Their gazes are fixed on Pascal. You note that the group is not monolithic. Some of its members are more heavily armed and follow a large tech priest, clad in battle armor. Others keep a respectful distance and cast inquiring looks at their own leader, whose hunched posture belies his tall frame. Despite the hood hiding his face, you recognize him as Opticon 22, whom you encountered on Footfall. The enormous tech priest points his hand at Pascal and lets out a booming roar, not unlike a factory alarm. It makes your very bones vibrate. Herald servo skulls, marked with the emblem of the cog, follow in his wake. They blare shrilly. Thou shalt not suffer a heretic in thy forge, for rust begets rust. Pascal Haneman, in the name of the Adeptus Mechanicus, you are under arrest. The hunched servant of the Omnissiah turns to you. Diplomacy mode engaged. Announcement: the Adeptus Mechanicus offer their apologies for conducting an operation to detain a faulty unit on the Rogue Trader's territory. Study the two priests of Mars. You identify the rare... Nice XP. You identify the rare armor the enormous tech priest is wearing as a Secutor's plated mechanized suit. It carries the imprints of many battles and has markings that announce its status as a relic. Some of the armor's damage looks fairly severe, to the point of endangering its operation. The slivers of flesh revealed under the steel are marked with terrible chemical burns. Every now and then, convulsions shake the tech priest's body, and a painful-sounding hiss comes from his vox. The tall tech priest who spoke to you looks more peaceful and makes a point of not drawing his weapon. There's an air of concern about the way he frequently glances over at his fellow, scrutinizing his condition. Who are you? On what charges are you trying to arrest a member of my retinue? This heretic is accused of stealing personal identification codes, spreading tech heresy on the world of Kiamagawa. What did my tongue just do there? Yavagama, and making an attempt on the life of a servant of the Omnissiah. The deafening roar from the tech priest's vox makes you grimace in pain. You touch your ear and notice blood on your fingers. The faulty unit will be removed in the name of the Omnissiah. I condemn you. Lightning flashes across the warrior's armor. Agony resounds in the blare of his vox alarm. In contrast, Pascal speaks quietly and coldly. You are malfunctioning, tech comrade. I deem your logical conclusions questionable. The statement is false. Tech brother Tarzus Haneaman is willingly undergoing holy torment, which, however, does not affect his cognitive capacity for data analysis. Unit calling itself Pascal Haneaman, with information that implicates you, having learned that you are a member of the retinue of a rogue traitor, Von Valencius. We have come here with the goal of meeting you / engaging you in combat. Does the big fellow have to roar? Negative. Upon completing his sanctification procedure, Tech Brother Tarzus modified his engrammatic augmetics algorithm in order never to speak with flesh speak, or whatever. Mine is a pure and binaric tongue that preserves only what is true and shuns scrap data. Are you saying this bloodthirsty Hulk is a saint? The statement is true. Brother Tarzus has the honor of wearing the sacred battle harness that belonged to Magos militant Auspector Gracchus, one of the first champions of faith to join the cause of conquering the Cronus Expanse. After his death at the hands of Xenos, his damaged Goliath-class armor was preserved and given the status of a relic. The Adeptus Mechanicus regard this act as voluntary martyrdom for the glory of the Deus Mechanicus. This battle harness is classified as Cogni armor. The machine spirit living in it is strong and wise, but it took major damage in the course of Magos Gracchus's last battle, which, besides sacred litanies and imperatives of service to the Omnissiah, the armor broadcasts a continuous signal of suffering and agony into Tech Brother Tarzus's mind. You have proof that this tech priest is who he claims to be? Confirmed. According to the archive entry 1E99237, Magos explorer Tarzus Haneaman served on / maintained the ship, identifier classified. In the capacity of a reliquary caretaker, he sustained extensive damage to both the organic and the sacred part of his body in a series of sacrilegious breaches of the right of operation, an assassination attempt. Owing to a statistically fortunate coincidence, by the Omnissiah's grace, enough of his operational capacity was preserved for him to don a Goliath model sacred battle harness, which would preserve his vital functions. Archive entry personally data sealed by the captain of the identifier classified. The sound from the tech priest's vox is like the moan of a bending steel beam. A servo skull declares, "For vengeance I thirst as I tread the path of vengeance." Following a blasphemous miscreant's bloody tracks. Analysis of the security system shows that the assassins slash heretics infiltrated the reliquary using Tech Brother Tarzus' unique identification code. Someone had stolen Brother Tarzus' identity, which is a grade 3 transgression, and the unit making the allegedly criminal claim of being Pascal Hneeman is known to have previously used slash entered the stolen code. What is happening on Kiavagama? That planet belongs to me. According to Vox interception data, the planet's fabricator sensor made incorrect modifications to Manufactorum working procedures, which qualifies as a lapse into sacrilege. The Adeptus Mechanicus are hereby officially notifying House von Valentius of having commenced an investigation into fabricator sensor Cubus Delphim. Estimated time to procedure completion, 3.7 solar years. Our data suggests that the unit, which used Magos Explorator Hneeman's identification code, performed an unauthorized upgrade on the planetary Vox array and introduced data deemed to be scrap code into its operation. This fact points to this unit's criminal complicity with the heretic Cubus Delphim. What do you have to say to this, Pascal? I deny these charges. I never plotted against my tech comrade. My cognitive purity vows were never distorted. My unique identification code was never stolen. I am the true Magos Explorator Hneeman, and I am not guilty. The tech priest's deep guttural roar blends with the servo skull's high-pitched whine. False witness. I'm not handing Pascal over to you unless I see evidence. Let's get to this, the bottom of this matter together. Request approved. Ready to work in cooperative mode. Tarzus gives you a haughty look and lets out a howl of wrath. Archiving. Tech Brother Tarzus opposes lay participation in the investigation, Search for Truth. The unit Opticon 22 advises in favor of the House von Valentius representatives' participation request. I insist on a joint investigation. Arresting a rogue trader's retinue member without any justification stands in breach of the law and my privileges under the warrant of trade. Request for cooperation reviewed and accepted. I request Tech Brother Tarzus' consent to the participation of representatives of the von Valentius dynasty in the investigation proceedings. A sacrilegious conspiracy. I refuse help from laypersons. I am a cog of the Deus Mechanicus that grinds down corruption, and I will carry out the sentence immediately. Pascal freezes, but green sparks light up in his visor. He extends a hand toward Tarzus and replies in a clanging voice, "Let the cycle be discontinued." You realize Pascal's words are coming from both his own Vox and Tarzus's? Then, every sensor on the Executioner's battle harness lights up at once, blindingly, and the wounded, armored Leviathan lets out a deafening roar of pain. Attention! Priority notification. Service units of the Kappa Thread supply line are unauthorized to confront the rogue trader. Retreat and reinitiate negotiations. Heretic Pascal will will wreak punishment upon you in the name of Deus Mechanicus.
And you'll die quickly.
Oh, nice. I have a nice lineup of turns here. Pascal, you can be over here. Argenta, you can be front and center because you will be going before the opponent does. Abelard, I don't really care where you go. You're a thick boy. And Cabela, you come over here to get buffs. Cassia. my intelligence is 65. Nah. I will just give myself a turn.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
And then Argenta.
Already done. Suits my purposes. Not a problem for me.
Medicae signal.
Nothing I can't do.
And then we lidless stare.
If I may.
We got a couple of stuns off. I'm pretty okay with that. Alright, Argenta, go ahead and move on up here. Actually, move here. I think this will be the best spot. The main reason I did that was, she gets +5 stats from You Serve Me. Which, actually brought her to a new tier of ballistic skill. Pascal can move. But I won't make him.
Nothing I can't
Argenta.
I'll do it.
Reckless Rush.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. You, my Emperor!
Alright. Cassia here gets to gaze again because of energy manipulation. Or whatever it's called. The... Oh, I haven't taken it yet. Why did she get the gaze again? Whatever.
I am a navigator, not a serf.
Move them all closer together. I shall move here and do some trace damage.
Face of adversity. Another clean strike.
And I'll move the servo skull up here. Argenta, you can move here. And concentrated fire. And then blast them.
You can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Then you run and gun. And you revel in slaughter.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. It's a prayer.
You know what? I will.
I am his
Firearm mastery.
manifest. Faith without deed. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Well, I tried knocking him on his ass and keeping him there, but, you know, it didn't work.
this.
Ow. Pascal.
Activate calculate fury algorithm. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. Running binaric override.
We throw bounties on both of these. And then... Ooh, that actually does a lot. Machine Spirit Banishment. And then... Claim the Bounty takes a... I didn't realize it took an AP. Whoops. Oh well, that's fine. Bella, you can come up here and do your normal thing.
I am your blade and shield.
You attack in response. Blood Oath.
An offering of blood. The shadows will see it done.
We do this. And then we do this.
Comprehends all.
Then we hop on over here. Captive Audience.
Trust me.
Where it hurts.
I shall not fail. As honor ordained.
As duty demands.
Easy fight. Alright, ads are gonna play. They play for 3 minutes. They disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads for the next hour. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content. And I will catch you all in 3 minutes. Alright. The ads are done. We can continue. Point to Tarzus. Help your brother. The unit that called itself Tarzus Haneman is dead. The material asset is beyond restoration or reuse as spare parts. After a pause, Pascal bows his head and a binaric requiem pours out of his vox. Despite his misconceptions, he was a servant of the Omnissiah. Pascal, what did you do to Tarzus? Unable to fulfill request, the Omnissiah granted me an epiphany, and I muted the maimed machine spirit that was filling Tarzus' mind with fury. I do not fully understand the manner of my appeal to it. The situation perfectly mirrors the incident on Rikid Minoris, where I appealed to the machine spirit of a malfunctioning mechanism and laid it to rest. Sorry that you had to kill a comrade. I also regret / heavy negative assessment of this event. The Adeptus Mechanicus still accused the unit identifying itself as Pascal Naaman of criminal theft of a unique identification code. Unlike Tech Brother Tarzus, I'm not authorized to immediately arrest the unit, but neither am I authorized to drop this inquiry. There are no apostates among us. The piercing voice from his Vox synth is more overwhelming than Tarzus' thunderous roar. Tech Brother Tarzus and the machine spirit that lived in his battle harness succumbed to the suffering that beset him. Their judgment was rash and erroneous. Now their torment is over. I declare them martyrs, and am requisitioning Tarzus Haneman's neural augmetic for the purposes of preserving his blessed memory. As astonished tech priests look on, Pascal leans over the slain man's body and extracts the augmetic from his skull. His movements are as precise as they are respectful. Listen in silence. With each word, Pascal's voice grows more powerful and majestic. You saw the agony your tech brother Tarzus was in. His unbridled, pain-spurred faith intimidated you, yet you were silent. Reverence stopped you from raising your voices to proclaim that the machine spirit with which his mind had merged with was morbidly afflicted. The imperative of reverence had paralyzed your will, and you watched a tragedy unfold in silence. The sixth universal law states that comprehension is the true path to knowledge, yet the procedural cycle has robbed you of your comprehension. Therefore, let the cycle be discontinued. There is a clang as Opticon 22's knee presses into the floor. Crimson hooded heads are bowed. Let the cycle be discontinued. The radiant light pouring out of Pascal's visor grows dimmer. Static creeps back into his voice. Let the cycle be discontinued, tech comrades. What is the reason for this act of genuflection? It has been a long time since the words of the Messiah of Discontinuing were last spoken openly. We respectfully welcome wisdom's return. So he's not forgotten after all. The Messiah of Discontinuing. Is that how you refer to Amernat? Following Archmagos Amernat's partial cessation, removal from the chain of command, that was the authorship attribution in a series of sermons on discontinuing the cycle that were disseminated across the Cognizance fleet. It was, in fact, a title used by many in times past. Is Amernat's teaching not heretical? The statement is false, contrary to what many servants of the Omnissiah thought they knew. The fleet's Supreme Conclave never formulated an official statement on that decision. 37% of the Supreme Conclave's members openly supported Archmagos Amernat's views and disappeared under circumstances that were classified. The Supreme Conclave has not had a quorum ever since. You know where Amernat is now? Data unavailable. No reports have mentioned Archmagos Amernat since the incident on the Arch Mechanicus Hermetico, which led to presumed destruction of that void ship. My archive has no data on the Hermetico incident. The vessel was the Blessed Amernat's base of operations? Is it lost then? Pascal's voice is filled with anxiety. Were you among his followers? Negative. I had no contact with Archmagus Amernat, and was never a member of his flock. However, my analysis of the doctrine he outlined inspired in me a deep respect. I presume the conflict between you and Pascal has been resolved? The data received provides a basis for calling the fallen tech brother Tarzus' hypothesis into question. Out of respect for, / due to lack of authorization to indict, the followers of the Messiah of discontinuing, we will not proceed with the detainment. The Messiah knows all, comprehends all. Thank you, tech brother. What just happened? I decided to sustain my words with an excerpt from one of the Blessed Amernat's sermons on loss of internal and external function, verse 4. My analysis deemed it appropriate. Now that the conflict has been resolved, you may remain aboard my ship. Quest denied. The Kappa Thread supply line delegation is leaving Dargonus, expresses gratitude for the hospitality, and proclaims its intent to return to Footfall to resume performing its regular functions. The tech priest looks over at Pascal as if waiting for something. Pascal's mechadendrite briefly touches the shoulder of Opticon 22, who bows respectfully. So, what do we have here? Improved flak vest. That's kind of meh. Power sword. I don't care about that. I will collect that, but it might be the same is what we're already using. It is. Okay. Head to cargo then.
It's about time.
I'm just gonna explore this, make sure that there's nothing to loot or anything. Doesn't appear there is. Alright, I was heading to Dargonus, right? Does Pascal have anything he wants to say to me?
My apologies. 19% of my processing power is engaged in the analysis of my tech comrade's memory. My response time may be longer than usual.
Have you found anything out?
The data is scarce. His identification code is the same as mine, and his memory contains data confirming that the assassination did take place. Unfortunately, some of his memory was damaged by pulses broadcast by his battle harness. I can assert with some confidence that he was who he claimed to be, and that he served the Deus Mechanicus earnestly and eagerly.
He gave off the impression of a Are you not surprised that Amernat's words had such an effect on Opticon 22?
I was not knowledgeable as to how popular Blessed Amernat's teaching was in exploratory circles. The Cognizant's fleet is massive. His ideas might have found a larger following on its periphery than in the Mother Squadron.
You give off the impression of a paranoid madman.
Notwithstanding his permanent state of agony, he was not cognitively dysfunctional. His desire to immediately destroy the object he had deemed profane was partly dictated by his engrammatic augmetics, which were receiving imperatives from his battle harness. In light of the oddness of our matching identification codes, I find merit in his hypothesis as to the existence of a clandestine malevolent agent or conspiracy operating inside our fraternity.
Who do you think was behind the assassination?
No data available. I will hypothesize that the assassination was instigated by an enemy of the Blessed Amanat's doctrine. I accept the possibility that the assassins were targeting me, only to be led astray by Tarzus and my own identical identifiers. I am concerned about the fate of Archmagos Amanat. According to Opticon 22, he went missing in the wake of the incident on an Arc Mechanicus, the Hermetico. Information about that ship and its perishing has been purged from the archives. I accept the possibility that the incident on the ship, the concealed data, and the assassination have all been part of a single conspiracy.
Amarnat was a believer and he caused a schism. Tarzus was a believer and he turned into a zealot. No, I'm not going to say that. Perhaps you'll find out more.
I will continue my research into the Blessed Martyr's memory with all due reverence.
Strange messages have been appearing in the ship's log. What do you know about this error?
This statement is true. Algorithmic violations have been recorded, as a result of which I twice performed an offering to the cogitators of corrective data vows and ruled out the possibility of sabotage. I hypothesize that the violation is a consequence of the discontent of the ship's machine spirits. I recommend a procedure of placation of the honored spirits for the glory of the Omnissiah and the steel angels sent by him.
I must take my leave.
May your labors be effective and fruitful.
Alright. To the Von Valencius Palace. Pascal, I will take you. And then Heinrichs. I will take you over Cabela. Because I don't think there's actually any fighting here. And even if there was, you can more than handle it. I don't think there's any Medicaid checks here, which is the main reason I would need Cabela. Long live the rogue trader. Glory to the great rogue trader. The Emperor protects. Welcome home, your lordship. The stately woman in a long, full dress uniform makes a graceful curtsy. Her short, graying hair does not obscure her stern features. I am Clementia Wersarian, Court Chancellor of the Von Valencius dynasty. On behalf of all of Dargonus, please accept my deepest condolences on the untimely passing of Theodora von Valencius. Her departure is a terrible blow to us all, but as one star expires, another one always flares to life. And although still overcome with bitterness and grief, your subjects hope that you will become the Trade Dynasty's guiding light in the trying times. Clementia. Abelard offers a reserved nod. She nods in return, and the lines on his brow soften ever so slightly. The young man quickly brings a respirator to his burnt face and bows. This is Achilles Scalander. His head courteously. His raven black hair veils his burns and skull implants, and his thin metal fingers creak quietly as he offers a welcoming gesture. Achilles Scalander, Secretary of at the Administratum Department. I hope your journey to Dargonus was not darkened by unwanted troubles. The Emperor protected us on our journey through the stars. Achilles makes the sign of the Aquila. And may he remain merciful to us till the end of time. Does your lordship wish to survey the grounds? Or perhaps we could sate your curiosity by answering any questions you might have. Governor Urbend Drivestem has been notified of your arrival on Dargonus and will visit the palace shortly. The preparations for the official visit are well in hand, but your lordship still has plenty of time before the meeting. Hold a moment, Clementia. What did you say your last name was? You heard correctly, your lordship. I am of House Worsarian, Lord Abelard's granddaughter and direct descendant. Chancellor Worsarian has held her position at the Von Valencius court for many years. She earned Lord Captain Theodora's respect through acts of great perseverance. There's no room for doubt. Blood had nothing to do with it. The Emperor blesses those who strengthen humanity's domain through their deeds. You have reason to be proud of your progeny. Thank you, Lord Captain. Why isn't the governor here with you to greet me? Apologies, your lordship. Governor Drivestem's residence is on the other side of the world, by the Administratum Palace of Dargonus. We sent word as soon as you entered the system, but it takes time to travel the great distances of your domain. Chancellor Worsarian appears unruffled, but you cannot shake the thought that the governor's lateness is a subtle political gesture designed to test the limits of what is acceptable when it comes to interacting with the new rogue trader. I would like to rest before the meeting. Where are my chambers? They are very close, just down the hall. That is also where the study and the audience chamber are. Achilles' face brightens with a pearly white smile, restoring some of his former good looks. Lady Theodora's study has remained locked since her last departure, but on account of your arrival, we've arranged for it to be tidied up. It is ready whenever you may need it. You are dismissed. I apologize for my bluntness, but I have a request to make. Perhaps before the meeting takes place, the illustrious Lord Captain could spare a few minutes for a conversation with me. I am certain that you will find my report on the state of affairs in the Von Valencius Protectorate most useful. Alright. Why does the map say that Pascal is here? I don't see him. It says I'm like right on top of him. Ooh, a Lore Imperium check. Standing upon the altar is an ancient image of Saint Macarius. Its regal frame is covered in marks. The relic was claimed in a battle on a remote and forgotten world. You will be an executioner. And what do I have listed for you? Alright. Firestorm. And then Anatomy Expert. And then we get Carnival of Misery. Which, for some reason, I cannot... Alright, it bugged a little there. That's fine. I will just go back in there. Executioner. Alright, hello? Firestorm. Anatomy Expert. Carnival of Misery. There we go. Jai, I don't really care about you, like, at all this playthrough. So yeah, you're just gonna chill and do your thing. We have loot.
Halt! I noticed something.
Kind of surprised I noticed something with my impressive 20 awareness. Alright, and I think that's everything out here. Oh, no, there is a loot to be had here. I just didn't notice it. In we go. Welcome, your lordship. Let me inform you of the location of the chambers on your dynastic estate. The The main throne room is up the stairs and straight ahead. Your subject Achilles Skullander informed me that he humbly awaits the opportunity to meet you there. If your lordship wishes to rest after your long journey, then your personal chambers are up the stairs and on the right. If you need anything else, whatever your soul desires, I'll be right next to your chambers, eagerly awaiting your orders. Alright, let's head to my chambers. Breeze Catcher Boots. Whenever the wearer moves through a cell occupied by an enemy, the wearer gains 15% dodge against that enemy's attack until the wearer's next turn. Yeah, no. Don't care about that. The leather covers bear the names of the authors, mostly philosophers and theologians from Dargonus. The spines on the books are trimmed with gold. Cogitators producing rhythmic sounds, among which a faint ringing stands out. The remains of a plaque can be seen on the frame. Alas, the inscription is completely indistinguishable due to the patina. There's a faint mark on the polished... There's a faint mark on the polished mantelpiece, which was likely left by glass. The antique piece of furniture is obviously well cared for, but its surface is still covered with a lot of scuffs, scratches, and stains, faces of the previous rogue traders who sat at this table. A multi-melta? Sturdy safe, equipped with several bizarre mechanisms. The bed for the head of a rogue trader dynasty is befitting the status of its owner. Alright, what do we have back here? Just a balcony, essentially. We get a nice view, though. The shelves of the library are laden with dusty tomes. Your eyes linger on the works of several administratum adepts and the memoirs of some unfamiliar explorer of distant death worlds. Mysterious item undoubtedly created by inhuman hands. That says the same thing. Mysterious Xeno artifact rests in a stasis field. Here, Plasma Shaper gloves. These gloves grant the wearer a +10 bonus to tech use. They also increase the damage of plasma weapons by 3. When the wearer hits an ally with an area attack, the wearer gains +1 stack of the Zealot effect until the end of combat. The wearer deals +10% damage with their area attacks for each stack of the Zealot effect. Nah, I still like Cape of the Righteous Fury, I think. Because I will be using the Heavy Bolter as well, and that doesn't have area attacks. And those gloves will be useful here. I don't benefit from the plasma here, but the +10 tech use is nice. An empty glass and 3 unopened bottles of wine sit on a finely crafted table made from dark marbled wood. Dust has accumulated on the raised oil smears. If servants ever access this room, they do so very rarely. The rare books arrayed on these shelves, with their lavish, almost pretentious bindings, seem to be identical. Strange objects lie behind the glass of the display case. The complete absence of explanatory labels makes it impossible to learn what they are. The secret room is remarkably quiet and almost homely. Perhaps your predecessor used it when she sought complete solitude. Listening to the muted melody coming from the Vox speaker, you can easily imagine Theodora reading a book with a glass of expensive wine in hand. Have a glass of wine? The 3 sealed bottles sit on a sturdy-looking low table. They are labeled Grand Master's Blood, Boon of Terra, and Flame of Purity. We go with Flame of Purity. The wine fills the glass, glittering in the dim light of the room like liquid gold. Tangy flavor burns your throat, leaving behind spicy, biting aftertaste. You hear a short, faint hum as an unseen motor stirs into motion. Choose a book. Several books are stacked next to the sofa. Some appear ancient, while others look like they have never been opened. Among Theodora's data that has been restored using your cogitator is the phrase Litanies of the Motive Force. It is the title of one of the books here. As soon as you pick up the book, a hidden button in its spine clicks under your fingers. You notice a short inscription in the book from a faithful servant of the dynasty in lasting memory, DVV. Change the music. The vid screen of the data slate before you displays the names of several Vox symphonies. You recognize the melody that is playing right now. It is the first of 36 parts of the Symphony of Honor and Duty. I choose Symphony of Honor and Duty Part 2. The music in the speakers momentarily grows louder, filling the entire room, then goes back to normal, seemingly without any change. The room responds to your actions with a quiet, grinding sound, and a small nook reveals itself in the nearby wall. Inside, you find a databank bearing the Von Valencius coat of arms. Neat. This is the wrong way. Curiosity merchant. Finely dressed man greets you with an incredibly radiant smile. His meticulously polished jaw augmentation reflects the palace's interior as sharply as a mirror. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lusarius Carmelin, a collector of curiosities. Perhaps your lordship will find something useful among my offerings. What kind of curiosities do you sell? That is a beautiful eagle. What is its name? His polished jaw shining. Lusarius extends his hand toward the bird, a hand likewise made of shiny metal. Her name is Aquila. As soon as I saw her, I knew a creature of such proud grace simply must be properly taken care of. Now Aquila is an integral part of my life, as I am of hers. With a shrill cry, the eagle stabs her benefactor's metal palm with her beak. The augmetic groans while the merchant is still smiling as he modestly puts his hand back in his clothes and out of sight. Apologies, Aquila is still getting used to my replacement extremity. You liked the old one better. Judging by Aquila's displeased look, the bird's fondness for her owner's original extremity was of an alimentary rather than affectionate nature. What kind of curiosities do you sell? Lusarius points to his eagle, still smiling. Equipment for noble cyber assistance, of course. The demand is modest, as few in Imperium can afford such luxury, but I'm glad to have found my calling. Judging by his expensive attire and ostentatious augmetics, Lusarius's wealth is unlikely to stem directly from his curiosity business. He came here following his heart, it seems, not his greed. I'm a rogue trader and seek the rarest of curiosities. Do you have anything of that sort? My collection will offer you the biggest and broadest choice in all the Expanse. However, even a devoted enthusiast like myself has limits. There is a certain captain who owns a unique protocol, a family heirloom, which he has refused to sell me. His ship is called the Renegade's Fall. Perhaps you can chart a path to his hoarded treasure. I will send you the coordinates of the place where we last met. I want to see what curiosities you have. Alright, so let's see here. We don't care about that. When an ability is extrapolated through the Servo Skull Swarm, affects other creatures, the Servo Skull Swarm gains a stacking +5 bonus to Intelligence and Fellowship until the end of the Overseer's next turn. The Overseer has Dogmatic, Adherent. Once the Servo Skull Swarm extrapolates 5 abilities in total, it immediately deals 21 shock damage with 21% meh. What do we have for the Raven? The Cyber Raven gains 10 willpower if the Cyber Raven is adjacent to 2 or more creatures after a relocate is used on it. Psychic powers relayed through the Cyber Raven are calculated as if its Psi rating were increased by +1 until the end of the Overseer's turn. If the Overseer has Iconoclast Adherent, they can use relocate twice per turn. Alright, that's kind of neat. Cyber Raven gains 30 willpower. At the start of combat, Veil Degradation is increased by +5. While Veil Degradation is 10 or more, the Cyber Raven suffers no damage, and any relayed psychic powers deal an additional 12 warp damage to enemies affected. That's kind of neat. Cool. Nothing I care about in the immediate, but all nice nonetheless. Tech use. Oh, wait, I saw something. What did I see? Goods. Gotta get that loot. Achilles Scalander. The slender figure, clad in robes made from expensive fabric, shudders from violent coughing. Pressing a gilded respirator to his face, the man takes several deep breaths. Achilles, it's been many moons. I hope your cousin is feeling well. Achilles covers his burnt lips, trying and failing to suppress a coughing fit. She is in good health. He sends her regards to you, as well as her wishes for your swift return. Heinrichs frowns. For as long as the stars shine in the sky, my vigil continues. So it does. Achilles thumps himself on the chest with his augmented hand. You hear the clanging of metal against metal. Is there a reason for this ill-mannered behavior, Heinrichs? Perhaps you two could... I say nothing. My apologies, Zen. Given the break in communication between systems in the Expanse, it has become difficult to maintain contact with agents. Receiving this report and assessing the situation is my primary responsibility. Allow me to introduce Achilles Scalander properly. In addition to his duties as Secretary of the Administratum, he acts as an Ancient of the Golden Throne under my aegis. Master Scalander was transferred into my remit by a colleague who is engaged in other matters in the Cronus Expanse. I'm sure you will find Achilles' service useful, especially when dealing with the schemes of humanity's foes within the borders of your protectorate. Greetings, Lord Zen von Valencius. Allow me once again to express my deepest condolences on the loss of Lady Theodora. I will do everything I can to track down and destroy all of Conrad Voigtvir's accomplices on the capital world. Do you know anything about what has become of Conrad Voigtvir? The former Master of Whispers is a heretic and a traitor to the dynasty. Achilles nods grimly. Word of his treason reached Dargonus too late. Conrad came to the planet and left it almost immediately, once he had sown discord in the minds of the gullible and the naive. The worst of the rumors he started was that you were the one responsible for Lady Theodora's sudden demise. Of course, your loyal subjects did their best to skin alive any who showed signs of doubt, but it seems unlikely that the Wardens got to everyone who allowed doubt into their heart, and now nurtures it in secret. You promised me a report on the present state of affairs in the Protectorate. I have already forwarded all official reports to your Seneschal. As for the conversation we're having right now, I wouldn't trust any paper or data slate with its contents. You see, Lady Theodora, may the Emperor have mercy on her soul, was perfectly aware of Dargonus' political environment. You, however, have only just arrived on the capital world, and I thought it would be best to bring you up to speed. Frankly, the nobles of Dargonus, much like nobles on most worlds, are akin to spiders in a jar, ready to pounce on whoever's the weakest, or whomever they deem to be the weakest. The nobles of Dargonus are well respected, rich, and powerful individuals who held Lady Theodora's favor for many years and found ways to rise above the rest by diligently serving the rogue trader. Every family pursues its own selfish interests, and each one expects that with the transition of power, they will retain and even add to their lands and wealth. The families I would recommend giving particular attention to are the Drivestems, the Gaprix, and the Sarabeks. I should also mention the Worsarians, not a noble house per se, but a family that was part of Lady Theodora's inner circle, to the Blue Blood's great displeasure. Tell me about the Drivestems. The Drivestems are the ancient governor house of Dargonus. Predictably, the greater the wealth of the Von Valencius Protectorate, the fuller their coffers grow. Their reputation is flawless except for one detail. We have evidence that urban Drivestems rivals seem to have the misfortune of regularly falling victim to Xenos raids. I find these attacks are always a little too advantageous for the drive stems, but we lack solid proof, and it might never surface. The closer an official is to a rogue trader, the braver and safer they feel. I would just like to remind everyone that rubbing shoulders with Xenos is a heresy that can be overlooked only in the case of the Von Valencius heir, not his servant. What makes the Gaprex special? The Gaprex hail from a remote forge world, and among their distant relatives, there are many servants of the Omnissiah, and the house itself is close to the cult of the Adeptus Mechanicus, both in spirit and in their business connections. The Gaprex oversaw the industrial shipments within your protectorate until recently. Ever since the astropathic communication with Kiavagama was severed, they've been quite concerned about the security of the planet placed in their care. What can you tell me about House Sauerbeck? Religious and hardworking, the Sauerbecks own many enterprises, including distillation manufactorums that produce promethium. I must note that lately members of the Sauerbeck family have been prone to overly liberal statements about the Von Valencius dynasty. They believe that Lady Theodora was a bit too keen to leave her worlds without proper oversight. I would like to know more about the Wersarians. The Wersarians are a line founded by Lady Theodora's seneschal, and as such are nominally considered nobility, at least from the standpoint of the Imperial Navy from which Lord Abelard hails. On Dargonus, however, their position is precarious. Firstly, they were never granted an official title, a process which has been impeded for decades by the old houses of Dargonus. And secondly, the other families do not see them as equals, but more as upstarts, clinging to the rogue trader's favor. The Wersarians are responsible for the capital world's fleet and the majority of the cargo shipments on domestic routes. Enough about the nobles. Was there anything else you wanted to report? There was, your lordship. At this time, it concerns the main reason for my presence on this planet, the Xenos and the threat they pose to both you and humanity as a whole. The last few months have been difficult for the people who report to me. My eyes and ears scattered throughout the Cronus Expanse, warp disturbances, astropaths overcome with madness, ships disappearing in the immaterium. Many of my observers and contacts have gone dark or have been killed by some calamity or other. I still managed to establish communication with some key individuals who were able to warn me about incoming threats, including Xenos raids. Achilles looks you in the eye without blinking. It is within my power to supply you with intelligence on where and when the Xenos will strike again. I do not doubt that Governor Drivestem will beg you for protection against the Xenos, and in this fight, the information from my contacts will serve you well. I beseech you, Zen, if I ever report a threat looming over a ship or a planet, do not dismiss it. Sometimes it takes an intervention from the rogue trader and his mighty void ship to avert disaster. Tell me about the noble houses of Dargonus. I think we already went through this. Yep. Oh, wait. Yeah, okay. What are your responsibilities here on Dargonus? Officially, I am a secretary at at this world's administratum department. Less officially, I'm afraid I can't disclose that even to you. In short, I collect and investigate reports of heresy taking root on upstanding planets of humanity. Above all else, I'm concerned about the Xenos threat that hangs over the entire Cronus Expanse, including your protectorate. Sadly, my mission was complicated by the recent warp disturbances. I'm still trying to re-establish contact with many of my agents. Tell me about Xenos. The residents of the local systems are no strangers to skirmishes with enemies of humanity, but recently the loathsome beasts seem to have completely flown off the handle. We're receiving reports from ships that made it through the warp to Dargonus. Both they and the colonies they departed from are being attacked. We have identified the breed of Xenos that pose this threat, the Drukari, humanity's ancient and insidious foes. Be vigilant on your travels. The Xenos will undoubtedly attack a rogue trader's ship should they find the circumstances to be in their favor. Unfortunately, in the host of humanity, there are those who are willing to grovel before our enemies in hopes of a valuable reward. You may be interested to know that we are on the trail of such heretics. Achilles glances at a data slate. Overwhelming evidence indicates that a plundered void station in Langren's belt is being used as a base by a band of pirates who are not above dealing with Xenos. I was unable to persuade the Chancellor of the need to dispatch a ship there, but perhaps you would like to pay a courtesy call to those scoundrels yourself? You know anything about the Cult of the Final Dawn? My knowledge is deplorably limited, your lordship. All my attention has been focused on tracking Xenos activity. I'm certain that Master Van Calix can tell you much more about those heretics than I. About your unofficial work? Yes. Whom do you truly serve? The rogue trader or the interrogator of the Inquisition? I'm not going to ask that. I know the answer. I want a list of all your agents and the means to contact them. He's not going to give that to me. Dargonus has... Alright, all of these options just kind of suck. Alright, I'm not doing any of those. I have other questions to ask. The scars on your face, what happened? About 5 years ago, there was an accident. Several tanks of promethium exploded in the storehouse at my estate, and I was buried alive under the rubble. The Emperor preserved my soul, and the skilled physicians of Dargonus saved my body, except for my lungs, with which I had to part. I presume the incident was an attempt on my life, but the identity of whoever was behind it remains a mystery. I must take my leave. According to the message I received a few minutes ago, Governor Drivestem has arrived at court. I imagine that the Chancellor is already prepared to arrange the meeting. All that's left is to notify her that you are ready to see Urband. Your lordship? Clementia bows her head politely for a chancellor. To a rogue trader, she is dressed rather simply. A parade doublet, polished boots, and a comfortable cloak. She bears a saber in a gilded scabbard. Whether for show or protection, one could not say. Only her ring with the Borsarian coat of arms indicates that she is of the highest social stratum. The governor is waiting on the periphery of the palace. Please let me know when you would like to see him. Clementia is different from most nobles, not just in the way she's dressed, but in her bearing too. Although judging by the scars visible on her skin, at least some part of her education took place on a battlefield rather than within the secure confines of a lyceum. What are your responsibilities as Chancellor? Put it simply, I'm your trade representative. Any and all decrees, deals, official communication, and meetings are first reviewed by me and then forwarded to you and from you down the hierarchy. My purview also includes overseeing your lordship's property, the palace, the estates, the many gardens, and other domains on Dargonus that you have inherited from Lady Theodora. And whenever you are present on Dargonus, consider me your personal secretary. What can you tell me about Dargonus? All deals and important decisions are made here in the capital. Many years ago, an ancestor of Lady Theodora signed an agreement with the Adeptus Administratum, which allowed for efficient management of the world and the neighboring systems. In accordance with the decree, a share of the planet's population was assigned to the Administratum and converted into servitor scribes. They now toil across the entire world. Dargonus is also the seat of several noble families who run all the major planets in the Protectorate. If I may express my not-so-humble opinion, they care very little about who exactly stands at the helm. Those piranhas think about their own profits just as much as they do about the prosperity of the Protectorate itself, if not more. And lastly, Dargonus has its own fleet. a luxury unavailable to the vast majority of other worlds in your realm. In addition to warships, the Protectorate also employs privateer ships, which are used to transport cargo between worlds. Does the capital stay in contact with the other worlds in the Protectorate? Unfortunately, not at this time, your lordship. After the few representatives of the Adeptus Astra Telepathica on Dargonus went into a frenzy, some of the Psychers were tragically pacified by the respective authorities. Since then, communication with the neighboring systems has been unreliable at best. Thanks to the Master of Mankind that you managed to find your way. Thanks be to the Master of Mankind that you managed to find your way to the capital. If the noble houses are so volatile, what sense is there in keeping them? Over the many centuries, an intricate hierarchy is formed within the ruling elites of Dargonus. The great houses do more than plunder your treasury. It is replenished to a large degree thanks to their administrative work and their lands. Naturally, you can get rid of any whom you consider surplus to requirements, but right now, it could threaten the fragile stability that is currently holding your protectorate together. Alright, it is time for ads. They will last for 3 minutes. They disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads for the next hour, and I will not be doing anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content. I'll catch you all in 3 minutes. Alright. Yeah, it's finished. Are there any other issues that I should be aware of? Apart from the disrupted communications, Dargonus was recently raided by enemies of humanity. However, the fleet under the command of Captain Marthius Worsarian triumphed over the accursed Xenos. If you ask for my opinion on this matter, we have the situation completely under control. Holy shit, I succeeded an awareness check? Oh, it was Cassia. Okay. That makes sense. You catch her avoiding your gaze for just a moment for the first time. It's obvious that Clementia is looking out for her house's good name, but despite the confidence in her tone, you can tell that she does not entirely believe her own words. Tell me about Governor Drivestem. Urban Drivestem is a well-respected man, and not just on Dargonus, but throughout the Protectorate. For many centuries, his house has supported the capital's administratum and the logistics between the Von Valencia systems. The Drivestem's efforts secured years of order and prosperity for Dargonus. What's more, Lady Theodora personally insisted that Lord Urban specifically be made the next governor. The way you speak of Drivestem, I hear either a hint of either contempt or resentment. No, I don't believe I feel either, your lordship. Clementia's steely eyes stare into the distance, her jaw clenching visibly. She speaks in a polite but clipped manner, clearly flustered by your insight. We have different views on how to run a world. We sometimes have discussions over the laws that are enacted, but we both work for the good of the Von Valencia's Protectorate. That much can be said without a doubt. Thank you for the report. I serve the Von Valencia's Protectorate, your lordship. Achilles Scalander, does he cause any problems? Why, none at all, your lordship. Secretary Scalander is an outstanding individual and a loyal servant of the Von Valencia's dynasty. In Lady Theodora's absence, we collaborated on a number of issues related to the well-being of your domain, and he has proven himself quite capable. And, I don't know why, but even the governor trembles before Achilles, which is unusual for a man of his, shall we say, standing. The last word brings a slight smile to her lips. Tell them I am ready to see the governor. I shall arrange for him to be escorted to your study. Zen von Valencius, 20th in his line, rogue trader, keeper of the sacred warrant, and ruler of the Cronus Expanse. From the Cranax system to the 100 Dreams Crossroads, I bid you welcome. Urban Drivestem, governor of this great world, first and foremost, please accept my deepest condolences. It will be difficult to recover from the loss of a woman as great as Theodora von Valencius. Pains me to think that she is no longer with us. The citizens of Dargonus and of the entire Protectorate grieve alongside you. Please allow us to declare half a year of mourning so that we can honor the memory of our beloved lady. The governor glances at Cabela anxiously, then immediately averts his gaze. Then he looks at her again, but when Cabela lets out a grim chuckle and stretches her lips daubed in fresh blood into a petrified grin, the governor turns away from her sharply, all but squealing in fear. I enjoy Cabela. Theodora von Valencius deserves more than that. You will declare a full year of mourning. I will immediately give all necessary instructions, your lordship. He casually presses a few buttons on the cogitator built into his gold bracer. Esteemed Zen, Lady Theodora was a strong leader, and we ought to follow her example. Let us lean on our wisdom and persevere in spite of this tragedy, together. And let us carry on where she no longer can by leading the Von Valencia's Protectorate, or to even greater prosperity. Drivestem gives you a look of admiration. It seems that he is quite aware of your fame, and this opportunity to curry favor with such an eminent figure is one he does not wish to miss. Alas, it won't be an easy task to accomplish. Some time ago, the astropaths of Dargonus flew into a rage, and they had to be subdued. We are gradually restoring our ability to speak with neighboring worlds, but the contacts are still weak. and the routes are tangled and no longer lead to the systems that the captains expect them to. Given that the vast majority of ships in the Dargonus Navy travel without relying on the services of navigators, without your engagement, the well-being of the Von Valencius dynasty and billions of its subjects is presently at risk. Conrad Voigtveer, former Master of Whispers, is a heretic and a traitor. Has he shown his face on Dargonus? The governor pensively strokes the rings glittering on his fingers. Lord Voigtveer visited the capital some time ago, but he did not request a personal meeting. A heretic, you say? Now I see where all the whispering in the corridors has come from. I shall be frank with you, your lordship. Lady Theodora's sudden death was a blow to every one of us, and the absence of any sort of verifiable and complete information about her successor gives grounds for all manner of rumors and misinterpretations, especially if someone is deliberately inciting unrest and discontent. Naturally, none would dare challenge you by accusing you of something as sacrilegious as murdering a rogue traitor. However, Conrad Voigtveer was once a true boon to the Protectorate back in the day, and as such, some might heed his words. My subjects' doubts are understandable. Too many things have changed in too short a span. I will prove myself worthy of my position. Why, Zen, your desire is most commendable, but please do not forget, a ruler should never bow to their attendants, or some might see it as a show of weakness. What exactly do the Dargonus nobility expect from me, in light of the loss of routes and communication with other worlds? We are all troubled by the fate of the agri-world, Janus, that supplied Dargonus and other planets with foodstuffs. Empty stomachs can drive even the mildest rabble to revolt. Furthermore, House Gapric is perturbed by the loss of communication with the industrial world, Kiavagama, which is in their charge. But if you wish to know my opinion, the world that deserves your attention the most is the penal world, Viabos 6. One of the key mining suppliers in your protectorate. Such an intriguing concern for the Viabos 6 outpost. Doesn't your house happen to own the extraction stations there? Drivestem's beady eyes widen in fear. Your lordship, I beg of you, do not interpret my words as an attempt to influence your decisions in any way. You see, without Viabos 6, the manufactorums on your worlds will need to make haste to find new suppliers elsewhere and arrange for new shipments, and in these troubling times, they run the risk of delays and other most tragic mishaps. My only concern is for the prosperity of the Von Valencius dynasty. That does it for the planets and trade routes. What else? Xenos, your lordship, I don't rightly know where to begin. Otherworldly beasts are not an uncommon sight in the Cronus Expanse. They have been a menace to the worlds this side of the Maw for decades. But now, those abominations are on the rampage. They show no sign of fear as they attack ships, either damaging them to the point where they become unfit for transport duty, or outright gutting them. Only you have the power to stop this madness. We are in the process of restoring the astropathic choir of Dargonus. Luckily, we were forced to slay only some of the deranged psychers, although those that remain are as yet unable to transmit messages. I hope Master Scalander will keep his word and offer you support in the war against the Xenos. According to his reports, the region of Viabos 6 has been of particular concern in the last few cycles, which is all the more reason to discover the colony's fate as soon as possible. Now, to issues on a smaller scale. There's a certain degree of tension in the capital due to the unorthodox succession to the Sacred Warrant. Chances of uprisings are minimal, of course, and the spreading of rumors is nothing but a sign of weakness of mind and spirit. Nonetheless, I have prepared a list of minor houses that have demonstrated unseemly discomposure at your succession. What is to be done about them? Bella, command the spinners of the blood-spun web, and they will set a fine snare of retribution. Damen Zen, we will whisper names, and that whisper will drown out the insolent voices. Eliminate the most prominent malcontents quietly, but do not threaten entire families. Hopefully these steps will be enough to keep the rest from... I care not about those hyenas. Make arrangements for public purges. Yeah, eliminate the most prominent malcontents quietly, but do not threaten entire families. Hopefully these steps will be enough to keep the rest from causing any more trouble. Once your lordship's wrath descends upon the guilty, have no doubt there won't be a soul on Dargonus willing to share their fate. And one last thing, your lordship. Your inauguration as bearer of the sacred warrant is but a matter of time, and I would like to inquire about one crucial detail. I imagine you are intending to uphold the centuries-old tradition, bolstered by an equally long-lasting friendship of being represented on Dargonus by one of the noble houses. I presume that as before, this duty will be accorded to House Drivestem. Which houses can represent me at the ceremony? Any of the noble houses located on Dargonus, the Drivestem family, which I lead, the Gaprek family, with long ties to the Adeptus Mechanicus, Sarbeks, known for their piety and diligence in service. Perhaps I should also mention the Worsarians, who have some influence, but who are not actually of noble origin. Any one of those houses would be honored to represent you at the ceremony. Yeah, your presumption is wrong. I will bestow this honor upon the Worsarians. Lord Captain, to accompany you at such a critical hour is the greatest honor for the Worsarian bloodline. Have no fear, we will not fail you. Urban Drivestem tosses Abelard a look that lacks even the smallest shred of respect. Forgive my boldness, but I must remind you that the Worsarians, whose lineage traces back to a Navy officer, are not of the Dargonus nobility. Such decisions may have adverse effects on your subjects' loyalty, your lordship. I shall immediately relay your commands, most gracious rogue trader. Thank you for your time. Tell me about yourself and House Drivestem. It would be my pleasure to enlighten you. My house is the oldest and most respected on Dargonus. My ancestors walked side by side with yours for many generations as they cared for this world's welfare. Our duty is to supervise the governing bodies within the systems subservient to you, and we are responsible for the Protectorate's logistics and economic stability. As for me personally, I am a humble servant of the Emperor and a loyal subject of the Rogue Trader, and to my great pleasure, I had the honor of calling myself Lady Theodora's close friend. At Urban's last words, Abelard lets out a sound that could be interpreted as either a snort or a cough. Urban gives him a look, which Abelard meets with an expression of utter nonchalance. That will be all, I take it? Thank you for your time, your lordship. Since duty calls, I shall take my leave. May the Emperor's grace be with you. Ooh, level ups. I like level ups. We get an extra AP, and I get to start pumping intelligence again. Argenta over here gets an extra AP and some weapon skill, or ballistic skill. I almost want weapon skill. That would have been a mistake. Cassia. You get willpower, I do believe. Willpower first, and then perception second. That, I'm just going to double check. It's been a little bit since I've given her an actual stat. Yeah, willpower. Abelard, you gain more weapon skill. No. More toughness. You are my tank. I don't actually care how much damage you do for now. And eventually, you'll just do an absurd amount of damage from your temp wounds and such. So that's not an issue. Idira, you... What did I take here? Perception, followed by ballistic skill, followed by willpower. Um... Okay, these don't require any willpower. I'm gonna start pumping willpower a little bit. I don't know exactly what it's going to affect on her, but I'm okay with that. Maybe some of the... familiar abilities will scale with willpower. Alright, Executioner over here. You go weapon skill. Here, Cabela, you're going weapon skill as well, I imagine. Haskell, you are getting intelligence, I do believe. Oh no, actually, because I'm actually using the plasma on him now, I want ballistic skill right up. And then we grab... Let's see. This Mechindrite is equipped with all kinds of tools to communicate with machine spirits, increase tech use and demolition by 10. Tempted to go with that. Oh no, I take filtering protocols. Why would I take anything other than filtering protocols? When Pascal uses plasma or melta weapons the first time in a round, he gains 1 AP. And then you, I haven't decided what to do with yet, if anything. Okay. Cool, now I get to start exploring the Expanse. Terrible news from Dargonus, Lord Captain. A subsidiary Hive City, Scipione 84249, has been destroyed in a series of cascading failures. Production has halted, and millions of people have broken their vows of obedience and are fleeing. Many of them are perishing in the wastelands and overloading the transport lines leading to neighboring hives. The surrounding residential sectors are becoming increasingly agitated by the influx of refugees. What is your directive regarding the distribution of refugees? This is efficiency +1 and Wastelander's Prayer. I will gain the Blood of Scipione. Rogue Trader gains +1 deflection and 3% hit chance. At the cost of complacency. Bane of Scipione grants the Rogue Trader and their allies +2 momentum for each human enemy killed in battle. What is the cause of the catastrophe? It is still unclear. The noble houses are casting blame on one another. Agents of the esteemed Achilles Scalander stationed in Scipione 84249 died heroically while trying to save the population from this disaster. Their final reports mentioned some vulnerabilities in the industrial sectors of the lower hive, but did not go into further detail. All your servants are currently too busy dealing with the consequences of the crisis to investigate its causes. Now, cool thing about this game is when you get a choice like this for one of the worlds, all of these options are the worst options. If you ask what your advisors have to say, you get revised options with better outcomes. The death of Achilles' agents troubles me. It may not be coincidence. Until the causes of the disaster can be concretely established, I would avoid letting refugees into other hives. There may be saboteurs among them. I recommend setting up prohibitive cordons where the refugees can be contained in the wastelands between the hives. The Emperor bids us to face the often cruel strokes of fate with dignity. If the other hives do not wish to accept the unfortunate victims of this tragedy, then let the victims themselves teach those living in the hives a lesson in resilience and humility. I'm sure the Ecclesiarchy will aid the refugees in constructing camps to survive out in the wastelands and establish a community of proud desert-dwelling martyrs. Such harsh conditions will be a crucible of fortitude and fearlessness. This tragedy a feat of spirit. The noble houses are trying to wash their hands of this. How predictable. And yet, it is their duty to see to it that the planet meets its tithe obligation and brings glory and revenue to the treasury in your absence. Let the aristocrats see to the refugees and not stop until every last one of them has been put to work. So now I can get the Blood of Scipione without any downside. Or Wastelander's Prayer with a plus in efficiency. Or I can get the Bane of Scipione with no downside. Gaining a free deflection is kinda nice, but, like, the 3% hit chance doesn't do a lot for me. Nor does the deflection really. The momentum is really nice, but it's only for human enemies, and I have a feeling those are going to become less and less as the game progresses. This kinda sucks. Like, oh no, I'm taking less critical damage, but, like, whatever. I'm still getting crit for 85% of what a crit would do. That said, I do get an efficiency, which is, like, the only thing that really gives me anything here. Yeah, it's still painful. But the efficiency is the thing that, like, helps out the most here. So I'm just going to take this one. Argenta, see to it that the Ecclesiarchy does not ignore the laments of the dispossessed. He who dares to remain deaf to the pleas of the destitute shall be branded a traitor to the faith. Large labor settlements were set up around the ruins of Scipione 84249. The refugees from the wastelands and neighboring hives have been rounded up there. In the harsh wastelands, scorched with industrial poison, with only a bare modicum of food and clean water, the settlement residents have begun the arduous and dangerous task of rebuilding their fallen home. Many of the Ecclesiarchy's priests sought to share in this burden, with the poor souls coming to their villages and preaching to them about the righteousness of hard work. Some priests have even chosen to stay in the camps permanently, where the desert cults of Aconite martyrs have begun to gather around them, glorifying the Lord Captain for granting them the right to suffer for the glory of the God Emperor. Alright. What do I want here? I lose a profit factor. But I gain a bunch of stats. I also lose a provision. Zen gains the Nobility is Perfection feature. +5 bonus to all their skills. I kinda like that. I am kinda going for a skill monkey build here. I gain 2 profit factor and 2 complacency. What does this give? Route cost -2. Profit factor +1. I get chemicals, weapons, efficiency, mechanism. I think I like this one the most. The route cost -2 is huge. So the surviving spine of Scipione 84249 will be rebuilt into a space elevator. It will be capped by an emporium accepting those ships that are too heavy to land on the surface. So this one's kind of nice because... Do I care about the route cost? I kind of care about the skills more. Kinda care about the skills more. Like, yeah, I get chemicals, weapons, and mechanisms, which are kind of rare resources. And the route cost, but I can just farm Navigator currency for the route instead if I need to make a route. That's not a big deal. This gives more profit factor and skills, and I'm the skill monkey of the party. Yeah, I'm gonna go with this one, actually. Palace Extasiums will be constructed on top of the ruins of 84249 for the aristocracy. The dead and dying will fertilize the gardens that will ring these pleasure chambers. And then, what do I need here? I need 2 Promethium, 3 Plasteel. And then I want, Shield of the Emperor, because it'll give me Imperial Navy favor. An escort ship. And, yeah, mostly just those. This also gives me an escort ship and 3 profit factor. But I want the favor with Imperial Navy more than I want favor with the Fellowship of the Void. Also, this is a massive reduction to security. And while I don't technically have security right now, it doesn't go below 0, but it counts the negative if I start adding positive to it. So like if I have -3, it'll still show 0. But then if I take an event that gives +1, it'll still be 0. I need to find Promethium and Plasteel. There's a spreadsheet for this. Plasteel. Alright. I'm just looking here. We want Langren's Belt, Muro, Narmer, Pillars of Virtus, Trinidos? Ah, Trinidos is down here. I can get to that one. That'll give me the Plasteel. And then for Promethium, I want let's see here. Man, there is large quantities of Promethium, but they are not, like, super easily found. Hmm. How much do I need? I need 2 Promethium. Alright. Might be one of those where I just have to make, like, a, trip to Orselio's prophecy. Kinda don't want to go there early if I can avoid it, though. I wish I knew where Nola Septim was. That one just has, like, an absolute buttload. Oh. Actually, there's some in Lavella's Heart. It's not a lot, but it should be enough to get me through. First things first, though. We head down here. Lord Captain, permission to address you with a request. Our head chirurgeon is sabotaging the ship's operations. He has quarantined several Voidsman crews on account of piddling sickness. People don't even go to the medbay when they come down with it. They just wipe their noses and keep working. Only a dozen or so die from it in a whole year. We're sitting on our hands here, so I ask you to talk some sense into him. Lettered Forius. Greetings, your lordship. My name is Lettered Forius, and I am the chirurgeon majoris of this vessel. As your chief medicae specialist, I assure you that the quarantine is well warranted. This piddling sickness has claimed the lives of a number of meritorious officers in the past. This time, I intend to get the epidemic under control, study the disease thoroughly, and develop a proper cure. I hope you will agree that a single period of downtime is a small price to pay for the number of lives that will be saved and the increase in the crew's performance during other such outbreaks in the future. Not to mention the fact that we won't have to waste stimulants due to the affected using them as a crutch to offset their limited work capacity. How do you intend to study the disease? By gathering enough infected individuals together, letting the illness progress, comprehending its properties, and finally killing it. The disease goes through several stages, with each containing clues to its nature and vulnerabilities. The Voidsmen will have to stay sick for some time until I discover the cure, assuming, of course, that the disease is reversible in its final stages. Defeating a disease is a noble goal, but I cannot approve of your methods. Find volunteers among the crew who will agree to being infected in exchange for compensation. I expect you to cure every one of them once you are done. This may limit the potential of the study, but this approach is also acceptable. I will make up for the lack of material with my expertise. Thank you for taking your crew's health into consideration. Should you require my services, you may find me on the bridge, your lordship. Lord Captain, I bring dire news. A feud has broken out between the clans that maintain the Void Shield arrays. Rumor has it that the late Lady Theodora was seen on the lower decks, and so one of the families called for a rebellion against the usurper of the Void Ship. That is you. So far, no one believes their mad tales, but unrest has begun at the fringes of your compartments. The ship's enforcers are ready to eliminate the instigating clan, or pacify the entire Void Shield crew. The decision is yours. What's this story about Lady Theodora? Rumors of Lady Theodora's presence on the Void Ship have been circulating for a long time, and appear to be deliberate provocation rather than ordinary drunken ramblings. Perhaps someone is intentionally stirring up the masses to rebel against you, or perhaps it is the influence of the warp. Enforcers are already investigating, but right now, we need to stop the conflict from escalating any further. As long as this unrest continues, the Void Ship's shields will not be operating at full capacity. Find the source of the rumors and punish those responsible. I don't want any unnecessary deaths. Lord Captain, as Seneschal Bursarian would say, there are no innocents in such cases. The clans are endangering the entire void ship, hustling over a strange and obviously false rumor. If you so desire, I will convey your wishes to the enforcers later, but right now the unrest must be stopped and the people returned to their direct duties or replaced. My wishes, Voxmaster, are for the enforcers to sort out the situation before we forfeit the crew wholesale. Investigate the rumors and find the real culprits. No violence. I'll see to it, Lord Captain. I've already been here, right? Says there's unexplored stuff here. Ah, there it is. Behind a, void combat that I don't want to do yet. Okay. I think I can go from here to here. That's kind of how it looks. I want to go to the Trinidos system. Lord Captain, we have an emergency. We've received word that there have been sightings on, a sighting on the lower decks. A sighting of Lady Theodora. The messages we have received are incomplete and vague. Little more than yelling and hysterical claims. There have been reports of casualties and unrest. The compartment in question has already been sealed off, but I thought you might want to look into what's going on for yourself. The situation is delicate, and what's especially disturbing, there are mentions of Idira Tlass being present at the scene. What is Idira doing there? Idira broke her micro bead, so I wasn't able to find out anything from her. But Lord Captain, Idira is a psyker, and we are in the warp. You are not the only one who would risk setting... you are the only one who would risk setting foot in that compartment. And if you do not, we will never see Idira again. I beg you, Lord Captain, do not ignore this matter. I will deal with it personally. I need the exact location. Right away, Lord Captain. Alright. I need to rearrange this again. Honestly, didn't need much rearranging. We have a tech use of... I will pull this off, and no sorting. Toss this on Pascal for the moment. 97%.
The machine god grants the insight.
I will be the greatest skill monkey anyone has ever seen soon. That's not true. Jai exists, and she is forever the best skill monkey in the game. But I will be a good skill monkey.
I tire of idleness. Let's move.
I'm actually curious on something here. Oh hey, you can actually change the color. Neat. turning so I can look at you. I'll go with the green.
These rumors about Lord Captain Theodora, surely you do not believe them?
The undone.
Oops. And who now deigns to grace us with their presence? Another gaggle of heretics and traitors thirsting to get their due for what they've done? Or is it the leader himself, who has finally grown tired of hiding behind others? Theodora von Valancius is before you, and she looks grotesque. A hole yawns wide in her chest, rusted hooks protrude from beneath her skin, and a lumpen, inflamed scar cuts across her throat. The figure flickers as though it is dropping in and out of this reality. She looks at you with the whitish eyes of a corpse and smiles venomously. Rogue traitor, we meet at last. I'd grown tired of waiting for you to pay me a visit. Theodora's look is more appraising, and her mocking tone turns to one of distaste. Indeed, centuries of selfless toil and effort, and everything I left behind goes to this non-entity. Argenta's eyes spark with fury. Warp illusion, be gone. Argenta, my dear, there's no need to make such a fuss. Why don't we sit down over a cup of recaf like we used to? I'll listen to your rapturous tales of sacred relics, portents, and your special path. You must have been so lonely without me here. No one else is willing to listen to your ravings, or help you with your childish treasure hunt. Theodora laughs melodiously, almost without mockery. At the sight of the terrifying Theodora, Abelard's face turns sickly pale. Grown spare us from this cursed apparition of the archenemy? Is that what you were truly praying for? I can hear how fast your heart is pounding, Wersarian. I think deep down you hope this apparition never ends. We're not Damin, Theodora. Cabella's eyes blaze with fury. The Undying One does not relinquish the souls that come to him. Such is the absolute truth. You are a thief of names. Foolish child, your world is limited to the darkness of the lower decks and the words of your vizier. You know nothing of truth or death. You do not even know the first thing about yourself. Theodora's voice is dripping with venomous condescension. Who are you? Or what are you? What, you ask? You dare say that to me, little boy? I am Theodora von Valancius, Massimo of Scaris, rogue traitor of the Imperium, and commander of this void ship. Alas, my glorious voyage through life was ended in the dullest possible way, by death. A nuisance I staved off as long as I could. But do not weep for me, my boy. I am still keeping an eye on my property and punishing all those who failed me. Theodora bares her rotten teeth in a snarl, her laughter piercing. What do you want with me? Why are you waiting for me? Theodora wearily rolls her eyes. Matters are so dire that the pleas of one of my servants breached the death's veil to reach my ears. How could I ignore such a desperate cry for help? And from my little Idira, no less. And once I appeared here, of course, I had to meet the pretender who has allowed this deplorable state of affairs. You're not Theodora. Theodora's dead. There's no coming back from that. I'm dead. How is that? I'm no different from those who have not yet crossed the divide between reality and eternity. I see, I speak, I remember the wrongs you all committed against me, and for all those who failed me, I have already begun exacting my retribution. I truly am Theodora, the remnants of herself that she left behind in this world. I am an echo of her memories, preserved in the minds of those who cared for her. I am the taste of tears spilt for the unsaid and the undone. I am the terror of she who failed to turn the tide of fate and who refuses to look truth in the face. I'm as real as the human passions that bring worlds to ruin. If you are Theodora, then tell me who really killed you? Or wouldn't you like to know the answer to that question? I don't even know which would be more satisfying, to give you an honest answer, or to leave you to languish in your ignorance. We'll see how you conduct yourself, little boy. Where's Idira? What have you done with her? Me? What have I done with Idira? Theodora laughs mockingly. All I did was turn that little mutt from the fringes into a true servant of the Imperium. I gave her toys. I cleaned up after her antics. I provided her with everything she could ever dream of. Oh, I had great plans for poor little Idira. I'm sorry we could not help you, but you do not belong here. Theodora tosses her head back and laughs. The scar on her throat opens with a wet, sucking noise, curving into a horribly facsimile of a smile. You feel sorry for me. Wretched, spineless creature. No, the only one worthy of pity here is you, boy. But I do not expect any. Do not expect any. I am here to console you? Or I am not here to console you. Oh no. I'm here to seek retribution against all who failed me. My brainless crew, my useless officers, my pathetic servants, who turned their backs on their mistress in her darkest hour. And worst of all, you, my dear heir. You who have undeservedly claimed the warrant and everything else that is mine. I will drag it all to the warp with me, including you. Okay, so what Cabela was saying before that all started, the Undying One does not relinquish the souls of the faithful. Damen Theodora is too sacred a person not to find her way to his throne.
My house would be proud of me.
The lines on the screen look fuzzy as though the Cogitator's readout system or data storage has been damaged.
Let us see what I've found.
I won't tolerate weakness.
This fight's gonna be kind of shitty. Where is she? I clearly remember her being around here somewhere. Ah, there you are, my little coward. Why won't you look at your captain, Idira? It's wrong? It's all wrong? Look at her, boy. My little Idira is utterly trapped in her visions. No matter, I will allay your doubts. Lord Captain, Idira turns her head to you, but her demented gaze only rests briefly on your face before sliding away. Up close, you can see that the base of one of Idira's temple implants has blackened and melted. No, wait, Lord Captain? Lady Von Valencius? Idira raises her eyes to Theodora, who stands before her. Tears stream down Idira's cheeks. You came back. Poor little Idira. There. How could I not come back? You were crying for me so desperately. Your pleas carried to the very depths of the warp itself. Smile suddenly drops from her mutilated face. Why didn't you save me? Why didn't you warn me? Answer me, you insignificant wretch, or I'll drag the answer out of you myself. Theodora's fingers dig into Idira's scalp, meeting no resistance. Idira lets out a soul-chilling howl and tries to grab the hand tearing into her, but her fingers pass through the monster's flesh. Yeah, nah, I agree. I didn't hear anything? I didn't hear anything that could have had anything to do with you? I'm sorry, Lord Captain. I failed. Idira breaks into a strangled scream, and you feel the air around you grow rapidly colder. Argenta wordlessly swings her weapon up and aims at Idira, who is struggling in the monster's hold. The Sister of Battle looks at her without an ounce of doubt or mercy. Argenta, stop! Argenta wrinkles her nose at you, or at your shouted command, and lowers the weapon by a few centimeters, but she does not put it away. Alright, it appears it is time for ads once again. They will play for 3 minutes. They disable the pre-roll and mid-roll ads for the next hour. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content. And I shall catch you all in 3 minutes. Alright, the ads are finished. We can continue with Idira's quest. Persuasion. Idira, I'm your captain, not her. Listen to me, and snap out of this. Idira shudders and goes limp. Then she blinks, disoriented, and looks at you. Lord Captain? Damn it. Theodora shoves the Psyker away with a low snarl. The rogue trader's body begins to change, losing its human shape. Chaos will devour you. It will devour everyone responsible for my death. Die. Die for the delection of my lord. It's a Tzeentch friend. We like Tzeentch friends.
And bow before me.
Alright. Oh. This is not ideal. Cassia, you can be here. I will be here. Argenta, you can be here. Abelard. Bella. There. And Pascal. Here. Then Hans. You can come here. Cassia, you give me a turn.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
I buff Argenta. And then I propagate buffs. +10 officers fellowship bonus. Yes. And then Air of Authority.
Suits my purposes.
And Medicae Signal. Cassia, over here, will gaze at these two.
Isn't this a job for the Slaves?
Apparently break the cover. Cassia, you do that frequently. Oh shit. I forgot. I have that extra action point now, so I can voice of command myself before buffing.
Me? If you insist,
Okay.
Lord Captain.
That'll be huge, because that will bring my intelligence modifier to an 8 instead of a 7. Which, I mean, isn't actually all that huge, but it feels huge. Ow!
What is this foreboding?
Is Idira just sits here buffing herself repeatedly? Oh my god! Alright. Talents. Active abilities. Medicae. At the start of the turn, each ally in a 4-cell radius around the Servo Skull Swarm gains 12 wounds. 2 times Familiar's Fellowship bonus. Okay. So, when does this get more stats? That's the big question. This is fine, though. I shall come up over here. No. Here, I suppose. Yes, this'll be fine. We will Reckless Rush. Concentrated Fire.
Doubt is for the weak. Eradicated.
And then run and gun.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Up to here.
I'll do it.
Stay on the ground. No? Okay. Toxic spike.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it.
I can't stand it.
Pascal, please.
This way.
Look out. Now.
I will do my
Brace for impact. Wall of Rockcrete. Endure. Step here. Taunt. 3 enemies.
my knee.
Sworn enemy. Actually, how much does this do? 21 to 35?
At your beck and call.
If I crit, I get the kill.
Indeed.
I did not crit. That's fine.
It will be done. I'll do what it takes.
Emperor, protect me.
Alright, so Pascal would have gone down there, but did not because of my Servo Skull Swarm. He did get the injuries, though. Let's see here. I will give Cabela or Argenta an extra turn. I'll give Argenta the turn. Did I give it to Abelard instead of Argenta? I think I did. That's probably fine.
Victory is imminent. At your beck and call.
Okay, Argenta got another turn as well.
Faith
We
without
Reckless
deeds
Rush.
is worthless.
We come up here. Concentrated fire.
Doubt is for the weak. Can escape the Emperor's judgment.
This thing has a lot of armor or something. Yeah, I guess it's just armor. Ah, Warp Shield. Absorbs incoming damage for 1 turn. Okay, that makes sense. Alright, I can come here and I can fire on... Really? How can I not get... Alright, if I go here, I can fire on these 3.
I shall not fear.
Cabela,
Trust me.
have fun with it.
Foe or 100, I will kill them all.
That was an enemy that died, right? Yeah, 3 mutants died. I forgot about the person there or whatever, and I'm like, I didn't kill one of my own people, did I? No.
As the tenets demand,
Blood Oath.
I shall come. The other side awaits. As honor ordains.
Captive audience.
As honor ordains.
Then we hop down here. Blood Oath.
Aim for the heart next time.
Alright. Once here.
Let your soul be purged.
I can Blood Oath up here.
I feel nothing, fear nothing.
Hop on them.
Mercy and retribution.
Cabela, you are going far too ham. I need you to calm down. Alright, Pascal, you have healed a little.
Running binary override.
Expose weakness.
Approved.
Joint analysis. Cassia. This is the start of the next turn. Do you still have your warp shield? Yes. Well, that did a little damage. Waking Nightmare to nerf it.
If I may.
Pascal. Nice miss. Idira, can you stop trying to melee it? Or learn how to, use your bird at least. So we revel in slaughter. Reckless Rush for more stacks of versatility, which give ballistic skill. We concentrated fire.
I'll do it. This is why I was chosen.
We run and gun. And we fire again. Yeah, you're not hurting Cabela.
Indeed.
Sworn enemy. Wall of Rockcrete.
At your back.
Endure. Charge.
It will be done.
Heckin' parried. Alright, taunt. And here, give Argenta another turn. Where she reckless rushes. Over here into a shot.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
At your beck and call. Reduce to dust.
And suddenly Pascal has a turn because Bounty Hunter's shenanigans.
Request approved. My vow is to serve.
And Abelard, you
I will
taunt.
do my duty.
I can somehow thread this so I don't hit any friendlies.
Nothing I can't do.
We relocate up here a little. Just for a little extra healing. Ow. Oh, God. Alright. That could have gone better. Blood Oath. Oh, you still have Blood Oath on you. Okay.
Death is a blessing.
Well, that's annoying.
Trust me.
Cassia, Abelard, Idira, and Argenta.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
I apparently have to use a sniper rifle here.
As the Emperor commands.
Which is okay, we still do plenty of damage with it. Actually, in fact, I will Firearm Mastery.
Power resides in the will of the righteous. Doubt is for the weak. I'll do it.
Waking Nightmare.
If you insist, Lord Captain.
Zone of Fear.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Idira, stop meleeing. Alright, we reckless rush into concentrated fire, and this should be the kill. 6% chance to hit Cabela, probably hitting. But it doesn't matter, because that's the end of the fight. Idira stares at you with crazed eyes while clutching the wounds on her head. At first, no sound comes out of her moving lips. Then she coughs weakly and whispers, "Lord Captain? Is it really you?" Argenta trains her weapon on Idira and watches you closely. "Are you alright?" Idira removes her hand from her head and tries to wipe away her tears, leaving bloody marks on her face. She then touches her burnt-out implant, frowning. "I don't know. It should be quiet, but in my head, the whispering's louder. It shouldn't be like that." "This abomination claims that you called her. Is this true?" "Me? Did I?" "Yes, Lord Captain. I think it was me who called her. I can barely remember. The voices, my good old whispers, they suddenly turned red, sharp. They started cutting, tearing, ripping me to pieces. I cried out. I called for help. And she came." Idira groans and clutches her head. "Damn it. Why are the voices making so much noise now? Shut up. Shut up." "Has anything like this ever happened to you before?" "Like this? Never. Well, there was something, but it was different. It wasn't as strong or as terrifying. Apparitions appeared. Mechanisms malfunctioned. The crew lost their minds. But Lady von Valencius knew about that. Said it was a small price to pay, an acceptable expense. No psyker is immune to it. But what happened here, it was just a mistake. I won't do it again." Idira stretches her lips in a helpless smile, looking past you. "There will be no more mistakes, Lord Captain." Argenta grits her teeth. This is not the first time this heretic has caused the death of her crew. "Do you remember the incident on the mid-deck, Idira? What did those honest souls ever do to deserve such a fate? To be turned into mutants and attack their own families. You were a monster? A heretic? If you have any humanity left in you, admit what you are." "Shut up. Quit your preaching. You're the worst out of everyone here." "The previous rogue trader has been seen on the ship recently. Was that your doing?" "Yes. I did it a couple times, when I had too much to drink. At the time, I thought I heard her voice among all the whispers in my head. The voice was so sad, so clear, I couldn't help myself. I answered. I hoped I could reach her. There." Idira bites her lip. "Ever since she died, since I first heard her voice in my head, the whispers have gotten louder, clearer, harder to resist. The warp tricked you. It played upon your feelings. I can understand why, but that is no excuse for what you did. Forgive me, Zen. I know I let you down. I let everybody down. But it started off well, didn't it? You didn't shoot me or chase me off. All I had to do was keep control of myself, and the two of us would have gotten along fine. I threw away my chance." You fall silent for a moment. When she next begins to speak, it is in a barely audible whisper. "I know what you're thinking. During the warp jump, when Lady Theodora came out toward us, I keep thinking about that meeting. I keep blaming myself. Why didn't I divine it? Why didn't I stop her, kill her? These thoughts have been playing at the back of my mind, day after day, choking me with guilt. And do you know what? The one on the officer's deck? I don't know what that was, but this time here, this was the product of my guilt. An accuser straight out of my own mind. What am I supposed to do with you now?" Idira turns sharply to face you. "Zen, I know after everything I've done, you have no faith in my willpower or my strength, but I can fix everything. It's just, I'm not at my best, you see? But maybe we can find a way to replace my implants, or some other remedy. A better one. Lady von Valencius said that such a thing could be found, if not here, then elsewhere. I just didn't need it before, but we just need to find it. We need to figure out where to look for it, and we'll get it. And until then, I'll keep myself on a tight leash. What will happen to my crew while we look for this remedy? I'll pull myself together, Lord Captain. The death of Lady Von Valencius knocked me for 6. I'll get myself under control. No more booze, no more obscura, nothing. And I'll stop walking around the lower decks. I'll be stone cold sober. He determinedly wipes the tears and blood from her face. I want to help you, Idira. We'll think of something. Idira covers her face with her hands and tries to hold back her sobs. Thank you, Zen. I won't let you down. You're making a mistake, Lord Captain. Perhaps you will find something to slow the decline, but it will not stop. Only a miracle can save Idira to last now. Idira awkwardly shakes out her stained clothing. I think I'd be better with your permission, Lord Captain. He sways, takes a step back, and faints. Lord Captain, I received a report that the shooting on the lower decks had stopped. I presume you have brought the situation under control, awaiting further instructions. I got rid of the warp's illusions. Idira is alive. Bring her to the chirurgeons and have them see to her. You hear unconcealed relief in the Voxmaster's voice. Of course, Lord Captain, as you command. Ow. Everybody's just absolutely broken. Pascal over here with a crippled leg, broken ribs, and a head trauma. I have a head trauma. A bunch of people have injuries. Pain.
Follow my lead.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Why are there 2 Battle Psyker's boots in here? What? The wearer gains perception bonus, dodge percent, until the start of their next turn for each enemy affected by their psi power or Psyker staff attack stacks. Oh, that's nice. Still confused as to why there's 2 pairs. But, you know, I won't complain. Unsanctioned Psyker or Psychic Awakening, Warp Conductor Gloves. After triggering a psychic phenomenon or Perils of the Warp, wearer's psi rating is increased by 1 until the end of combat. Wearer gains momentum and temporary wounds equal to their resolve. The Guardian Crown. The wearer gains 10 toughness once per combat. Whenever the wearer's wounds drop below 35%, the wearer gains 12 wounds. Neat. Alright. So, first things first here. What is your helm? Yeah, I think I like that more than the new helm that we got. Even if this is kind of neat. And 10 toughness is a nice chunk of toughness, but I don't think it's needed. This, psi power or Psyker staff attack. I'll hold on to an extra copy of it. There's no harm in it. And then this is definitely going on Idira, as is this. What are you wearing on your head? I'll give you this.
A new challenge for me?
That was painful. Mostly because they blew up that explosive barrel, like, in the middle of a couple of my people. But there wasn't really any good positioning there. Idira, come here. You get this. And you get this, I think. Yeah, nah, I'm okay with this. This can go on you instead, then. That'll work. A man of indeterminate age bows his head, his robes are spotless, and his rigid collar constricts his throat. The unsettling smell of medicine hangs in the air, and the man's pale eyes look bleached. Greetings, your lordship. Your chirurgeon Majoris is at your service. Tell me about your responsibilities. My job is to save lives, heal wounded officers, develop vaccines for onboard epidemics, discover new methods of healing. However, I spend most watches listening to patients about their many qualms, managing the junior Medicae officers, and dividing the afflicted into those who matter and those who do not. A rather irritating addition to my duties as Chirurgeon Majoris. Not the most compassionate of healers, are you? Compassion has nothing to do with the healer's trade. I prefer conversing with diseases rather than their carriers. Patients are aggravating. Part of me knows that this is just Warhammer 40k setting, but the way that's worded gives me house vibes. What sort of new methods? There are many. I am ever in search of solutions to dangerous afflictions. My latest work involved studying a particularly lethal disease that devours the person's flesh and skin. It has already claimed a dozen lives, but their deaths were not in vain. I have learned much about the enemy, and the vaccine will soon be ready for testing. I hope I have satisfied your curiosity. How did you come to serve my flagship? One moment. Taking a drink of water. I was the master healer on a world that belonged to the Chorda dynasty. I had managed to cure someone who was considered doomed, not because of their illness, but because a certain self-important priest had tried to cure them with prayer and failed. After I put him to shame, he started spreading rumors that I owed my skill to the influence of the ruinous powers. I sought refuge under Lady Theodora, who expressed an appreciation for my talents and welcomed me and my family on her ship. You're not actually a heretic, are you? You serve the Emperor faithfully? His colorless eyes flash indignantly. My expertise is the result of hard work and accumulated wisdom, not some paltry sorcery. I employ my craft to save his children. That should serve as a better proof of my innocence than any show of piety. Are the customs of Chorda worlds truly so uncompromising and blind to reason? You teach a man to read, you raise a bright heretic, I believe was one of the favorite local sayings. As for demonstrating the superiority of knowledge over the advice of holy ecclesiarchs, well, that kind of defiance was sure to put my life at risk. Naturally, House Chorda still has need of people like me, educated and capable of intellectual thought. However, anyone who is permitted to learn does so under strict supervision. I've heard Lady Incendia's ship has a dedicated compartment for sages and keepers of knowledge that more resembles a prison than a librarian. Faith can work miracles and cure those who are beyond treatment. This cannot be denied. He grimaces wearily, and neither can one deny the fact that miracles are rare. The belief that prayer can relieve a person of illness enables false hopes. Those who prefer healing themselves with reverent words still end up on my table, so that I can perform an autopsy rather than a procedure. There's something else I wish to discuss. How's the crew's health? Are you interested in a general report on the ship as a whole, or in hearing about how your immediate subordinates are faring? General report. I'm currently not aware of any epidemics or other large-scale threats to the lives of the crew, or anything more serious than normal. At least, minor outbreaks are part of the natural decline process. The Medicae are occupied with treating both industrial and combat injuries, as well as dealing with sporadically occurring ailments. Senior officers, what kind of complaints do they have? The Master Helmsman, headaches caused by his faulty implants. The High Factotum's occasional indigestion. The Master at Arms, combat wounds that can hardly be considered life-threatening. Boreas folds a finger dismissively for every officer he mentions. Vapid cases that I'm obligated to manage as Chirurgeon Majoris. At least the Infernus Master does not waste my time and simply comes to pick up ointment for his burns. That will be all. And let's go talk with Idira. When Idira sees you, her lips curve into a smile and she nods at something over your shoulder. Have you recovered from your encounter with the false Theodora?
I'm not going to lie. I haven't. Maybe I never will. But I'm not hearing random voices anymore. And I haven't been calling anyone from the other side. No. All that's done with. After what you did for me, I can't let you down again.
Very well, Idira. We will hope for the best.
Yes, sir, Lord Captain. We will.
Alright. To the Cronus Expanse. Yes, this is the Drifting Void Ship world. Route is dangerous, that's fine. I am pulled away to my Void Ship bridge. Ah, yes. Cool, I get this quest now. I was kind of floating in the air there. Delicious blood. Zarbeck, how could you have let this happen? An assassination attempt upon the rogue traitor in his own chambers, right under the noses of your enforcers? A fierce growl rumbles deep in Abelard's throat. The Master-at-Arms radiates grim fury. Her eyes are dark, her lips pursed. With a practiced hand, she removes the maul from her belt and offers it to you. An unforgivable error. I accept full responsibility and ask for due punishment. I want an explanation, not vain self-chastisement. Put that weapon away and report. Sorbeck hesitates for a moment before putting them all away. Understood, Lord Captain. Reporting. All adjacent decks have been isolated. We have begun our search for the culprit, and have set up investigation headquarters on the officer's deck. The substance has been analyzed and confirmed to be blood containing traces of major mutations. While it poses no risk of infection to your lordship, the very presence of such genetic aberration on board is a serious threat to the safety of the ship and must be addressed promptly. Once word of this gets out, many among the crew will surely see it as a brazen challenge to your status as rogue trader. What genetic aberration? The heresy of mutation. Mutants are vicious beasts who sow only ruin and death. They are devoid of all humanity, and the vile blood that runs through their veins feeds their unclean thoughts and urges. Numerous accounts speak of entire colonies falling prey to bloody uprisings staged by these creatures, all because their governors were too squeamish to order genetic purges. You don't say? I wonder why somebody we don't consider human and exterminate by the thousands would think to revolt. What a crazy mystery. Alas, the Imperium's enemies are not limited only to those outside its borders. Mutants can become a considerable threat, especially when given the chance to organize. The heretics have revealed themselves and are eager to fight. Then fight we shall. Let the vessel be purged of their filth. Could this have been an assassination attempt? Then they would have filled the bath with acid or poison instead. There are easier ways to kill someone than drowning them in blood, as foul as that blood may be. I beg to differ. Were something of that sort to happen to me, my heart would surely stop. What do you intend to do next? As one, every enforcer present gets on their knees. Lord Captain, this incident has cast a shadow on our honor. We only ask for one thing, a chance to absolve ourselves of our guilt. Allow me to head to the officer's deck at once, so that I may lead an investigation personally. Lord Captain, on a previous occasion, it was your intervention that resolved a matter that my own rigidity had only succeeded in making worse. With all due respect to Mistress Sorbeck, perhaps she would benefit from your fresh perspective. Seneschal, do you think so little of me that you would rob me of a chance to defend my honor? I will handle the investigation myself. If they wish to challenge me, then I shall take matters into my own hands. I chose the option where I let her do it last time, and it just was like a bunch of dialogue. Maybe this will actually get me to... or allow me to go out and do something. You see a look of horror in Sorbeck's eyes. Lord Captain, I implore you, this was my mistake. If you rectify it for me, I will be disgraced. Could it ever be a disgrace to face a challenge, shoulder to shoulder with your lord? I had not considered it like that. Your resolve is commendable. I will await your arrival at the headquarters on the officer's deck to brief you on our current progress. To the officer's deck. And here we grab Idira again. I think that's everybody I want, right? Yes. Jocasta Sorbeck, Sarbeck barks at the enforcers gathered before you. His lordship, the rogue trader, wishes to handle the investigation personally. Lord Captain, the 3 officers before you, have been tasked with conducting the investigation. The first, Captain Klein, is a veteran with a record of quelled uprisings of mutant abominations in the colonies. Captain Ginevra is young, but she has already preempted several mutinies among the ship's rabble. Lastly, there's Captain Hrotko. His interrogation skills deserve credit, and he knows how to instill fear and respect firmly in the minds of the riffraff. You notice the enforcers exchange a few astounded glances and throw their shoulders back. Apparently, they're not used to standing so close to figures as renowned as you. After carefully assessing the officers' bearing and their uniforms, Abelard nods with satisfaction. Their drilling is good. Their service records are excellent. Let's see how they perform in the field. Cannot help but notice all the looks of awe. Is my presence going to distract you from your duties? On the contrary, your lordship, your presence inspires us. Captain Ginevra's cheeks redden. Your lordship, I hope you do not take this as insolence, but I am a great admirer of yours. I've read the fictionalized account of your deeds many times. Do they write stories about me, do they? Of course, I have it right here. She offers you a worn tome with a somewhat embellished portrait of you on the cover. Leave your signature on the end sheet. May it remind you of this meeting. Ginevra accepts the tome gingerly, as if it were a relic touched by the Emperor himself. Sarbeck's murderous glare silences Ginevra's frantic expressions of gratitude. Does that take care of the pleasantries? Then let us return to the attempt on the Lord Captain's life. It seems like this option's no different than the other options so far. What are your findings thus far? We have discovered a worker's corpse, mutilated and desiccated. We are still looking into the man's identity and position, but the chirurgeon's report has confirmed that among all the blood that was pumped into your bath chamber, the blood-carrying mutations was indeed his. The workers from the nearby decks have all been checked for genetic aberration, but the mutations identified are all within the norm for laboring masses. They are being rounded up for interrogation as we speak. Even taking into account the neighboring decks, that constitutes hundreds of people. How do you plan to question them all? Our interrogation techniques are broad and varied. However, nothing loosens the tongue like corporal punishment. Beatings, mutilations, torture, public executions. Sarbeck almost purrs as she lists ways of making people suffer. When combined with psychological pressure, such methods work wonders. An unfortunate necessity. Let us return to other matters. I'm not getting any iconoclast points for saying 1, so I'm not going to. But I'm also not going to actively agree to it with 2. So. Indeed, Lord Captain, most unfortunate, says the Master-at-Arms, a bloodthirsty smirk stealing across her face. Do you have any working theories? The mutants are plotting. They've been breeding like void rats, so they're getting cocky. Must have wanted to infect your lordship with their plague. It wasn't an attempt on the Lord Captain's life, it was a threat. The rabble are planning a revolt, so they're trying to terrorize us. Soon you will drown in blood. Insurgents pride themselves on such metaphors. Meanwhile, Captain Hrotko is convinced that it was a work of Voigtvir's surviving cultists. However, I believe this to be a warning rather than a threat. What we need to establish is who is trying to warn us and of what. What do you propose we investigate first? The body. Once we've ascertained the dead man's identity, we'll be able to locate his associates and narrow down the number of suspects. Captain Klein is in charge of examining the corpse. The body was discovered on a suspended platform not far from the room with the armillary sphere. Take a left once you're out of the mess hall, your lordship, and go along the balcony. The corpse is on the next platform. After the one holding the Infernus Guild suspects, I'll show you around the scene once you're there. Infernus Guild suspects? Yes, your lordship. They are undergoing interrogation like the rest. The scum refused to comply, so they were isolated on a separate platform. The Inferni are a rotten bunch. They must be involved in this. The captain spits contemptuously. Then let us begin. My people are at your disposal, Lord Captain. Oh, cool. Okay. So it's not just straight dialogue this way. That's neat. I do appreciate that.
It's about time. I'll lay claim to the stars.
Crimson, black, cerulean, grey. It has all become an ugly whirlwind of muck. Rage and despair have poisoned the bay.
And treason has poisoned the whole damn ship. In the interest of dealing with it, I will try my best to ignore this ugly whirlwind you speak of.
Alright. Heinrich Montag. Infernus Master Heinrich Montag spits blood onto the deck, right in front of the Enforcer lying nearby, unconscious. Heinrich's lip is busted, his knuckles are grazed and covered with blood, and there's a chewed up stick between his teeth. With a menacing growl, Heinrich looms over the second Enforcer, who's holding his baton at the ready. Why are you assaulting my people and denying them water like they're criminals? You've got teenagers and elderly folk here. They're all just ordinary workers. They've done nothing wrong. They're all guilty until proven otherwise? You think a kid or an old man wouldn't do something that might threaten the Lord Captain's life? Once we light a bit of fire under them? Who knows? Perhaps someone will confess. So sod off, traitor spawn. Or I'll put a baton through your skull for attacking an Enforcer. I couldn't care less about your rank. Heinrich looks up at you. Your lordship, I ask you please protect your servants from this abuse. Explain yourselves. The Enforcers are reveling in their impunity, treating the crew like cattle, especially my clan. Many in their custody are dying of thirst or injuries. My sister and niece are there too. I don't expect them to be exempted from the investigation, but I'm begging you to put an end to these assaults and let my people have some food and water. We're following procedure, your lordship, and regulations dictate the use of extreme force when dealing with the rabble so that the scoundrels do not cover up each other's transgressions. The Void take your procedures. These are not seditionaries. They serve the dynasty, just like you and I. He doesn't look to me like somebody who knows only awe and terror, but I'm sure a few more empty threats and busted Enforcer nosers will have him quivering on his knee. And did any of them confess to anything useful? Not yet, your lordship, but they will soon. You detect a slight hesitation before the reply. There's something you are not being told. I am interested in any and all statements, even the most outlandish ones. The statements, there was one Infernus goon, a real dimwit. He said that some Enforcer took away his work pass, and the pass was an important one that grants access to the work log cogitator room, but the scum was lying. He couldn't give the name and rank of the Enforcer. All he said was, some guy, blonde hair, tallish. He knows that he will be flogged to death for such a misdemeanor, the rat, so he tried to shift the blame. Cease these beatings immediately. Those people are to be provided rations and water. The enforcer glares at Heinrich before giving you a silent bow. Thank you. We won't forget your mercy. Heinrich gestures at the disheveled young woman and a short-haired girl in her teens. Both are dressed in utility coveralls and smeared with soot. Lord Captain, let me introduce my sister Nemi and my niece Mia. Ladies, you should thank the Lord Captain for helping you. Hello, Your Majesty. Thank you for the food and water, and for not letting them chop our hands off. That would have left us a little short-handed. Nemi laughs awkwardly. Mia snorts and elbows Nemi in the ribs. It's your lordship, and don't make jokes when you're so terrible at them. Do you want the Lord Captain to change his mind and send you back? Alright, it is time for ads once again. They will play for 3 minutes. They disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads for the next hour. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content, and I will catch you all in 3 minutes. Alright, the ads are finished. Feisty one, isn't she? She has the spirit of a true sister of battle, but when I look at her family, I'm glad she has someone to take care of her, and that the Emperor did not call her to serve him with weapons and fire as we do. Then are your serfs literate? I could lend them a highly informative pamphlet on etiquette. Cassia glances at Nemi and Mia's grubby hands and wrinkles her nose. Then again, they would probably just burn it for warmth. You have a fine family, Heinrich? Thank you, Lord Captain. They're all I lived for. And thanks to you, the people most important to me are now safe. The worker was beaten with skill and care was taken not to damage his joints. He is suffering, but he can still work for the dynasty.
I won't tolerate weakness.
All right. The worker's ruined body lies in a waxen pile on the platform. His face is crushed, his throat open, and his body riddled with cuts and lacerations. Above it stands Captain Klein, the dim light filling the lines on his forehead with shadows that bleed down his furrowed brows and into the pits of his eyes. The scalpel in his hand trembles faintly. It might look human, but what's inside is all wrong. Unholy, irredeemably wrong. I'm not, have you started the autopsy yet? I have, but I will get back to it in just a moment, your lordship. Is something the matter? You look pale. I suppressed a dozen mutant revolts on Dargonus for Lady Theodora. I've torn the freaks to pieces myself, but to open one up, to sink my hands into their impure guts infested with the mutant blight. I have seen this aberration utterly pervert the human form. The thought of it touching me? Disgusting, infuriating, but I will overcome this. You will indeed, Captain. If you like, I can recite a few paragraphs from the regulations to enthuse you. Coal black fear colors his soul. I doubt it can be cast off by mere force of will. Hand me that scalpel. I'll perform the autopsy. You will record the findings. The skin and bones part, and the stench of rancid meat hits your nostrils. Klein empties his stomach over the deck railing, fighting the urge to vomit yourself. You peer at the vile mass of subhuman entrails. Vestigial ingrown arms wrap around what look like the vile semblances of familiar organs interlaced with scaly, bile-colored sacs. Your knowledge of Xenos is enough to infer that the murdered man may have been subject to Xeno influence. True human form has not simply been distorted, but mixed with something strange, something profane. It is as if you are dissecting a seed that should have evolved into something more complex and alien. Ooh, I didn't get this last time. This is an interesting tidbit of knowledge. And from what little I know of 40k, makes me think of one thing. Tyranids. Argenta reflexively raises her weapon when she sees the mutant's rotten insides. The fiery rage in her eyes seems capable of incinerating the abomination as thoroughly as any flamer. Inspect the wounds. I'm surprised my Lore Imperium is not enough. I have 115 Lore Imperium. Good lord. Judging by the damage, the most brutal wounds were administered posthumously, over the top of those inflicted while the victim was alive. It is as if someone deliberately wanted to make it harder to identify the victim and his cause of death. The truth is, the killer acted quickly and with surgical precision, then suspended the body upside down to drain its blood. Lore Imperium, investigate the entrails. I failed. The twisted abnormalities of the mutant's insides make you wonder if he can even be considered human at all. As you probe deeper, your hands find something lodged in the victim's gullet. Someone has stuffed a black feather in the man's throat. Difficult to say why. It could be meant as a symbolic gesture, or perhaps a message. I read about something quite similar. Clutching a handkerchief to her face, Cassia leans over the body with interest. Saint Quirine was looking for traitors, and the Emperor answered her prayers with a miracle. A raven quill appeared out of her mouth and wrote down the names of the enemies. And the righteous woman prayed to the Master, beseeching him to reveal who had plotted to destroy her. And he heeded her call, and the feather of a raven sprang from the maiden's mouth, and, as if guided by his hand, brought forth the names of those who had nurtured foul treachery in their minds. Legend of Saint Quirine. Verse 15. It is a sign, Zen. Look for identifying marks. With some difficulty, you were able to discern a mark on his neck, almost ruined by the wound across his throat. It is a tattoo of a skull with a valve in its mouth, and a string of letters and numbers encircling it. SP-24601. Toss the scalpel away. I finished the autopsy. Enforcer offers you a rag soaked in disinfectant. That was foul. Your lordship, I must commend your fearlessness and insight, and apologize for my weakness of spirit. My shameful fear prevented me from doing my duty. It will not happen again. Shame on you, Captain. An officer's duty is to be a support to the Lord Captain, not the other way around. If that burden is too great for you, you should consider resigning. I speak plainly, veteran to veteran. A modicum of sympathy is buried deep within the Seneschal's ruthless words. He has a tattoo on his neck. Writer of this quest speed read through the name of the rose while watching Alien. Hot damn. That is impressive. Unless you're just saying, you know, that's how it feels about the, or how this quest feels. In which case, I can see it. Yeah, there's a tattoo on his neck, skull with a valve and a few symbols, SP-24601. That's the symbol of a pipe warden clan that maintains the sewer systems. The SP stands for Senior Pipe Warden, followed by his identification number. Yeah, that's kind of how I figured. But even still, nah, I can agree. That is kind of how it feels. How you doing, Schlupp? Hope all's well. Ginevri is working on the work log cogitator. She can use it to learn the victim's name from his number. The cogitator is in the nearest maintenance room. Someone stuffed a feather down his gullet, a reference to the legend of Saint Quirine. Well spotted, your lordship. No doubt, you have already reached the same conclusion, but I will state it for the official record. Vile mutants do not make allusions to saints. This was someone well versed in the creed. Someone tried to conceal the victim's identity and cause of death. Klein takes a closer look at the precise wounds you indicated, almost undetectable beneath the mutilation. You have a keen eye, your lordship. But why would someone do that? Then leave the body in plain sight? They could have just disposed of it? There has to be something more to this whole bloody business. bloody business. You turn your attention to the floor around the corpse. There is no splatter, no gobs of flesh, no bloody footprints, fortuitously trailing into the dark. And yet, you know there's no way to butcher a corpse like that without getting dirty at all. Sanitation work is an excellent means of hardening those of tender character. When the investigation is complete, you shall join the mutant corpse disposal unit on the lower decks. I could be a complete dick here with that, but I expect greater professionalism from you in the future. The Enforcer dips his head deferentially. You have been a model of fearlessness and competence. I will aspire to follow your example.
None shall stand in my way.
I'm still new to the art of exploring.
Oh. You notice a few drops of blood that have somehow managed to avoid being trodden on. The blood does not appear all that fresh, but it has not fully dried yet either. There is loot to be plundered. Holy low-tech use. What the hell? I can only increase that by like 15% too if I bring Pascal. Why is that so low?
Victory awaits.
Am I not supposed to be doing this yet? Rotko looks on with indifference as his people use their batons and legs to interrogate the serfs. Upon noticing you, he nods curtly. Your lordship. How fair is the interrogation? Satisfactory. We are maintaining fear and respect among the rabble as we go through our suspects. We will find the culprit soon. I swear it on my rank. I'm not comfortable with the Enforcer's harsh interrogation methods. You will cease the use of violence. That is an order. Your lordship, I dare not contradict an order, but this limitation will slow the progress of the investigation. Are you sure? I am in no hurry. My orders are not up for discussion. Of course, your lordship, I will inform Mistress Sorbek and ensure that our methods are moderated.
A new challenge for me?
I guess I just YOLO this, because even if I waited until... like... whatever level Pascal would have gotten, like, this level or whatever, when he gets his second tier of skills, I'd still be at, like, 60% for, this tech use. So, we try.
Excellence matters.
Easy game. What did that do? Oh, is this a puzzle? Ooh. Aha. Does this work how I think it does? Shoot. Alright. Turn that off. Flip this one.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
There we go. The holy mechanism has sent forth a revelation. The transmitted coordinates resolve to a location on one of the worlds in the Pelium Solitus system. The armillary sphere on the officer's deck has pinpointed coordinates on one of the worlds in the Pelium Solitus system. There may be something value there.
None shall stand in my way.
That was a fun little puzzle. The MMO I sank the most hours into, Dungeons and Dragons Online, had a lot of similar puzzles where you hit a button and all the adjacent ones would turn off. So I've grown very accustomed to dealing with those. What am I supposed to be doing here now? Master Cogitator in the maintenance room.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Is the maintenance room down here? Ah, maintenance room might be down here. Okay. Oh, wait, hold up. Scrap of human skin with jagged edges is stuck to the deck.
Hey, what's that?
You notice a few drops of blood that have somehow managed to... What? To avoid being trodden on. The blood does not appear all that fresh, but it has not fully dried yet. Just no lever puzzles, please? I don't know if I get that reference.
It's about time.
A lift to the Lord Captain's quarters is hidden behind the metal plating here. On the day of Voigtvir's mutiny, you saw Lady Theodora leave the officer's deck this way.
My warp sight reveals something.
Alright, what do we have this way? Masterwork Log Cogitator. Enforcer Genevri. You're obstructing the investigation, esteemed tech priest. I require the information stored by this machine spirit. If you refuse to cooperate, petition rejected. A malady has befallen the machine spirit of the honored master, Cogitator Iota 3B. Unauthorized anguish will worsen its condition and impede treatment. I will not stand for such acts of brutality against the Great Elder. I'll show you brutality, you blasted cog. What's going on here? The greatly esteemed tech priest Androveta Phi does not seem to realize the importance of investigative action and refuses to grant anyone access to the Master Cogitator. Androveta Phi's mechadendrites creak as they bow before you, exalted ruler of the vessel. I mean not to harm, but to protect. I merely care for the machine spirit's health. It has fallen ill of late, and now its temper is worse than ever. If the lay woman starts torturing it now, the venerable spirit may take offense and leave us forever, taking the logs of the lay people's toils with it. It must be prevented. Why did you seek access to the malfunctioning cogitator? The work logs are on it. They might contain important information that'll lead us to our suspect. The lay woman does not even know what she intended to inquire of the blessed elder. Blasphemous disrespect. We need to investigate this cogitator in order to obtain information about a certain pipe warden. Ruler of the vessel, Why do you insist on interrogating an elderly soul when it is in such a miserable state? You are making a mockery of the Omnissiah's tenets and the privileges of the priesthood of Mars. You have my word that I will treat the machine spirit with due respect. You may observe the interrogation. Andravada Phi lets out a screeching sigh. Access privileges granted. I reserve the prerogative to interrupt the interrogation the moment I detect the slightest threat to the machine spirit. At your approach, the lumens on the Master Cogitator's bulky hull light up peevishly, and the cooling filters breathe an exasperated sigh. The machine spirit appears to be in a rotten mood. Courteously introduce yourself by inputting your data to show respect for the machine spirit. After an unnecessarily long verification process, the Cogitator recognizes the possibility that you may indeed be the ship's Lord Captain. A string of technolingua build on the vid screen tells you that you may now input your request. I humbly ask for the data on the toils of the ship's workers. Beside itself with anger, the Cogitator sprays you with sparks. As its vid screen dims and flickers, you hear a spiteful whir and find yourself staring at an incomprehensible mess of symbols. Apparently, the spirit refuses to comply on account of some blocker A403. Oh, the spirit is truly unwell. Why else would blocker A403 prevent it from sharing such data, especially after a long ritual of greeting? I turn it off and turn it back on again. The unction, as well as the short breather, have done wonders for the old spirit's disposition. Mollified, it wipes the data blocker from the vid screen and agrees to indulge your inquiries. I inquire about the cause of the old Cogitator's ailment. I failed. Your question upsets the spirit terribly. The honored Cogitator is so incensed and erratic in its expression that you cannot comprehend what it's trying to say. Your tech commands only exasperate its anger. Request information about the number SP24601. After mulling over your question for a while, the spirit recalls that the number is assigned to a senior pipe warden by the name of Ordo. This Ordo and his partner spent the last watch servicing Valve 27B, which supplies water to the rogue trader's chamber. After finishing up the maintenance, only Ordo's partner reported in. That's the same valve that was used to pump the blood into the bath chamber. That must be where they killed Ordo before dragging his corpse onto the deck. I request information about the pipe warden's partner. First, the Cogitator feigns ignorance, out of spite, pretending not to recognize your request, but after 4 more attempts, the spirit takes pity on you. Ordo's partner was Senior Pipe Warden Gwedden, number SP26855. Gwedden is not reported for duty since the incident. We have our suspect. Looks like Gwedden killed his fellow worker and put on this entire bloody spectacle. Rotko is the one responsible for arresting the rabble, so he'll be our best candidate for shedding some light on this Gwedden character. The honored machine spirit is tired. It cannot bear any more of this torture. I see that you got what you came for, so I would ask that you let the elderly have their rest.
Follow my lead.
I did it?
Someone has shoved a tattered and bloodied synth coat into the vent. Such garments are included in every enforcer's uniform.
Victory awaits!
we head back to Enforcer Hratko. Hratko looks on sourly as angry, bewildered enforcers attempt to interrogate serfs without resorting to violence. When he sees you, he nods nonchalantly as before. Your lordship. If there is a senior pipe warden by the name of Gwedden among the suspects, escort him to me. I will question him. Gwedden. Yes. We have him here. He is waiting his turn. We will bring him over at once. I need to take a swig of water again. There is lots of reading here. I have been informed of your decision to question one of the suspects, Lord Captain. I consider it my duty to be present for the interrogation so that I may ensure your safety. Before you stands a gaunt man in work clothes. His face is swollen from the bruises, and several of his fingers are broken and sticking out at odd angles. He stares vacantly into the distance with watery eyes. I thought you said he was still waiting his turn. Why does he look beaten half to death? Those are merely the preliminary measures before the interrogation begins in earnest, your lordship. The suspect becomes more inclined to speak if you give them the baton first. Standard procedure. Start talking, you miserable wretch. You tried to kill the Lord Captain, didn't you? Hratko grabs the worker by the lapels. Gwedden's coat flies open, revealing crude occult symbols painted all over his body. What's this? Heretical brands? Cultist scum? Gwedden yells, baring what remains of his teeth. Yes, it was me. I tried to put a curse on the Lord Captain. I killed my partner in a wicked ritual, rubbed elbows with them demons, consorted with them, all to carry out a dark plot and doom the Lord Captain for the glory of my almighty master. He bursts into a fit of hysterical, theatrical cackling. His words, he's trying to paint them over with fake garish hues, but his abject terror carries with it too much black and gray. What does he hope to accomplish with this? He has admitted to everything. The vermin. I have insisted time and again that the assassination attempt was carried out by one of Voidvir's surviving henchmen, and I was right. I guess we weren't so thorough in clearing them out as we thought. How did you kill your partner? Well, I grabbed myself a rusty saw and started hacking at him. Then I pulled out a dagger made from a virgin's bones and stabbed him. Oh right, I also cursed him first. It was only right. None of the wounds on the victim's body could have been inflicted with a saw. There was no dagger wounds on him either. Logic. And who is this dark and almighty patron of yours? Master Malachi, the Dreckful. Yes, him. You do not remember hearing of such a demon before? What you do remember from reports is that the name of the foreman of the 5th Food Depot, a known miser and sadist, is Malachi Dreck. Enough with these theatrics, Gwedden. You are no cultist. Why are you so intent on vilifying yourself? The man blanches and starts bawling. He gives up on his sinister theatrics and babbles in the voice of a common worker. Forgive me, your lordship. I'm not Gwedden, and I'm not a heretic. Yart's my name. I'm a laundryman. Please have mercy. They took my family. That enforcer said she'd throw them out the airlock if I don't confess. She made me draw these unholy marks on myself. Your enforcers have a knack for persuasion, Mistress Sarback. But this is ridiculous. What enforcer? Name? Give me her name. Ginevri? Her name was Ginevri? The failed heretic raises his hands to his face, and you see many purple bruises. They are older than the others by several hours. He was evidently beaten long and hard, and he would have been screaming the whole time. Someone must have witnessed. Ginevri? The steely edge in Sarabak's voice causes everyone present to freeze. We also hear a note of bewilderment. We will deal with her later. I will handle the search for Gwendon myself, Lord Captain. Would you have us execute this demon worshipper? Spare this man, wash off those heretical symbols, and let him rejoin his family? It will be done. Lord Captain, the evidence you have collected is sufficient to apprehend the culprit. I will report to you in the mess hall, and we shall bring this investigation to a close.
None shall stand in my way.
Where is the other enforcer? I see Klein, I see Costa, I see Hratko. Where's the one that's been accused? Oh well. Lord Captain, the real pipe warden, Gwendon, has been found and is being escorted here as we speak. Are there any remaining questions you wish to address before we hear from Gwendon himself? Someone attempted to mislead our investigation. We cannot let this go without consequences. Undoubtedly. Let us go over the facts we have on this sabotage and compile them. The body of the deceased was mutilated after death. It is likely that the nature of the injuries would have proven very useful in the investigation, and that the perpetrator concealed them for that very reason. Instead of the murdered man's partner, we were given a fool, one who thoroughly incriminated himself first, before admitting Captain Ginevri had put him up to it. Sarabak glowers at Ginevri, and she pales with fear. Suspect Yart claims that you... who was guarding the body? It was Ginevri. Klein reluctantly nods at his fellow enforcer. I relieved her when I came to inspect the corpse, which by then had already been cut up. Ginevri nervously adjusts her armor under Sarabek's piercing gaze. The corpse was already looking like that when it came under my purview, but I could not get the name of the officer who discovered it. The deck was such a mess that I decided I would deal with it later. A bloody synth coat was discovered not far from the corpse. I would ask the enforcers in this room to present their coats. The rustle of synthetic fabric fills the room. All the enforcers show their coats except for Hratko. He shrugs complacently under the gaze of his comrades. I do not wear it. An enforcer must be able to withstand the cold, and the serfs treat synth coats as a sign of weakness. Behind the armor of affected indifference, his thoughts ooze grimy hues like blood mixed with umber. It looks vile. Suspect Yart claims that you coerced him into lying about himself. Ginevri, what do you have to say for yourself? I may have conducted his preliminary interrogation, like so many others. Hratko requested my assistance because of my experience in dealing with the rabble, but I swear that there's no truth to these accusations against me. The transcript says you conducted Yart's interrogation alone. Why is that? Because I can handle a single laundryman. Hratko, this is all you're doing, is it not? Sarabek draws her auto pistol and points it at Hratko, who appears entirely unperturbed. I will give you one chance to retain your last shred of honor and confess. You sabotaged the investigation. Why? Is it not obvious? To expose the conspiracy myself and prove your incompetence to his lordship. To take the place I actually deserve. For years I toiled for the good of the dynasty, but when the former Master-at-Arms was killed, I was refused my promotion. Instead, they gave the position to you, a self-serving Sarabak Nit. I guess a noble name means more than talent. When this crime occurred, I realized it was my chance to show what I was worth. While you were busy dallying, I quickly learned the name of the suspect, diverted the course of the investigation, an easy enough task, and began looking for the real Gweden. Had I found him in time, your position would have already been mine, Jocasta. Simply listen to yourself, and you will understand why they made me Master-at-Arms. Lord Captain, I request permission to dispose of this refuse personally. Rotko, were you really hoping you could deceive the Master-at-Arms in me? Your dismissive tone makes Rotko flinch with indignation. I had every chance, but you were shrewder than I expected. My little trick with the body did work. You still don't know who was behind it all, but I have already figured it out. I hid Gweden from you by damaging the cogitator and delivering you a fake. An idiot willing to incriminate himself out of fear. I even prepared a contingency plan in case he cracks by making sure he would blame someone else. Yes, there were a couple of slip-ups, but you must admit, it was a solid attempt overall. Why were you trying to frame Ginevri? A backup plan. You always need someone to blame if you make a mistake. I could have framed Klein, but that young upstart was already galloping through the ranks too fast, and was clearly aiming for my station. Besides, she and her thick-witted subordinates were always right where I wanted them to be. I will give you a chance, Rotko. You're to be demoted and to become an initiate at the shrine, where you will spend the rest of your days in penance and servitude. Penance? He's a traitor. Just allow me to. Damn it. I dare not protest your decision. For the first time, you see a look of surprise on Rotko's face. You are pardoning me? I must confess, I expected a severe punishment. Thank you. I will remember this act of leniency. He bows. That takes care of the traitor. Now let us proceed with interrogating the Pipe Warden. Senior Pipe Warden Gweden does his best to remain reverentially bowed, which paints a rather comical picture given his formidable height and complexion. He lowers his head, tugging at his beard. Senior Pipe Warden Gweden, honored to serve, Lord Captain. I'm ready to confess everything. You are the real Pipe Warden Gweden, are you not? I am, and I'm proud of it, Lord Captain. Pipe Warden's craft is hard work, but necessary. My number is SP26855. My work partner was the late Orda, number SP24601. I oversee the water supply systems in the upper decks, sectors A3, K8, and R2. That includes Valve 27B. My internet dropped some frames again. Hopefully that's not a sign of things to come. If it becomes noticeable, please let me know. There can be no mistake. I have verified his identity myself. It has also been confirmed by the other workers. Why did you fill my bath with blood? I did as the servant of death commanded. He said the Emperor gave the first spinner a sign that your lordship should be bathed in the blood of poor Ordo, my partner. And I was scared, so I obeyed. Thanks, Schlupp. I appreciate it. First spinner, are you talking about the Vizseer of the Bloodspun Web? Yes, that's him. He leads the death cultists, the lot who worship the Emperor by killing. His spinners hunt down heretics, but sometimes they take righteous lives too. Their service is mysterious, fervent, and bloody. If the Vizseer ordered it, there must have been a reason. The Undying One must have revealed something to him that we are ignorant of. With an acerbic smile, Einrich blows a stream of smoke in Sarabek's direction. What a shocking turn of events, Jocasta. The Inferni are innocent. Who could have seen that coming? Could it be that you were wrong to brutalize and humiliate my people? Do not expect an apology from me. I was doing my duty. You can play the victim all you want, but I haven't forgotten the circumstances under which your blasted clan came to be on this ship. Consider every strike upon your backs a reminder of that event. What is the meaning of Master-at-Arms' words about your clan, Einrich? It's a story of days long past, one that Mistress Sarbeck greatly enjoys reminiscing about, as if she was there herself. My ancestors committed a trespass against your ancestor, and were made Inferni as punishment. I'll be sure to tell you this tale some other time. I must concede as much, Lord Captain. The story can wait. We should first find out why the blood-spun web thought to bathe you in repugnant blood. Did you kill your mutant partner? I didn't kill him. I didn't know he was a mutant. Ordo and I always got along, even if he wasn't much for talking. But then, a servant of death came from the darkness, ended him quickly but harshly. She bled him dry, and put a black feather in his throat. She told me to pump his blood into the pipes, and then she left. I wanted to confess, but I was afraid she'd come for me too if I did. Whom do you mean by the servant of death? A holy slayer in black and crimson bone. Feared by all, they are quiet and merciless as death itself. They come from the shadows to kill, because the Emperor commands them so. You have already met the servants of the Bloodspun Web, Lord Captain. Their grim procession is not one the upper decks will soon forget. Summon the Vizier of the Bloodspun Web. I wish to hear his explanation. As you will, Lord Captain. Lord Captain, if I may ask, what happens to me now? I never meant to anger you. I thought I was doing as the Emperor willed it. But here we are. I'm a simple man. I know pipes, and I know them a lot better than all this people business. My eyes aren't what they used to be, but I can still smell rust and metal, though not so much in people's thoughts. You acted as a true servant of the Emperor would. I will have you provided with the best ocular implant for your work. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Your lordship, I'll serve you faithfully, and I'll never forget your mercy. Vizier of the Bloodspun Web. The Vizier of the Bloodspun Web treads lightly and silently, as if his old gaunt body has no weight at all. He whispers weakly, Damen, willed to see me? And so I have come. Nod respectfully. I summoned you to discuss the actions of your apprentices. The Vizier responds in an equally respectful manner. Let their deeds be weighed. Investigation has established that the Bloodspun Web orchestrated an attack on his lordship by means of pouring unholy blood into his bath. This affront... The old man's murmur drowns out Sarabak's relentless voice. Zen knows the truth. So it was done, for so I did... So it was done, for so I did will. It was no affront, but a prophecy. For my hands to divine, unsullied martyrs offered their souls and bodies into his imperishable embrace. I gazed into the red rivers of their smoldering lives, and I did see, a roiling unclean, staining the bays, reaching for the anointed Lord of the Ark. In my apprentice's last sighs, I heard the Undying One's whisper. He bid me bathe the Damen in the blood of he who must go, and they who have been righteous. For this will shield the Damen and strengthen his body against the roiling unclean. I obeyed. Bella, did you know about this? When I saw the wounds made by the hand of a fellow believer, I guessed, but the Vizier chose not to warn you, and so it was not my place to do so either. If there had been a plot against you, and a knife aimed at you, I would have given you some sign, but the Vizier means you no harm. He is your servant. Where your other subjects' threads are clear and straight, his lie in the shadow of hints and secrets. Trust him as I do. The man you killed, who was he? I know not. I heard only the name, and I knew he must go. Yes, Need no more knowledge than that. What do you mean by the roiling unclean? He did not reveal, but it is corruption itself. It offends him. It tastes as sweet as fetid waters in old pipes. Its promises are the deception of an enforcer's smile. Its face is elusive. Do you claim that you did it because the God Emperor willed so? I speak, move, and draw breath because he wills so. I defy not the Undying One, neither in death, that gifts and take, gifts and takes? Gives and takes? Nor in my living existence could your vision have been false. The vizier's lips curl into a smile. I held the cards of his tarot, washed in the blood of the righteous. They make no mistakes, and neither does he send false visions. Only mortals err, they who read the signs, they who interpret. Master-at-Arms, are you convinced that we have found the culprits? The situation is clear, your lordship. The Emperor has sent us a portent. The protector of mankind guides the hands of his holy servants to guard us and warn us of hidden threats. God Emperor, I thank thee for protecting us, even though there are instruments of your protection whose purity and holiness I may never understand. Could it be a coincidence that the victim of the ritual was a genetic aberration? The officers around you keep a respectful silence, but you can tell by their faint smiles that they find the very idea of doubting the Emperor's providence absurd. The cult of the blood-spun web will face no persecution for their deed. The Vizier freezes, listening to silence, then nods to nothing. Yes, yes, I will tell him. He turns his sewn-shut eyes to you once more. We are seeds in your hands, giver of life. Whether you keep us or scatter us, we will remain grateful. Be that as it may, we've hit a dead end. We hoped that exposing the culprits would lead us to the aberration's lair. Sorbek, the investigation must continue. But no spinner or brave warrior from the Doman Circle can find the roots of the unclean, for it can only appear as human and act as human. Only its thoughts betray its vile nature. Only its thoughts are never human. Weiss? Anxious silence falls the moment Sorbek says this one word. She narrows her eyes. It is unclean thoughts we need to find. Very well. Let Weiss find them. He knows how. No matter how badly he wishes that the rest of us forget about it. Benny Zachary is a fearsome hunter. When he hunts the flagship's whales, when he thinks, my teeth creak, and I can feel pain as if I am young again. But his power is great indeed. He can hunt down our prey. How can the choir master of the Astropaths be of use to us? The esteemed Zachary Weiss can perform the ritual of thought reading. This practice lets him do a cursory examination of the minds of thousands of people in search of certain individuals. A ritual as rare as it is dangerous. And only someone as versed as Master Weiss can accomplish such a feat. Has Weiss done something like that before? Once, Lady Theodora made use of his services to expose spies on board, who apparently had been in the employ of Lord Inquisitor Calcazar. Check me if I'm wrong, but it seems that not everyone here is eager to leave this matter to Master Weiss. I would say the one least eager will be Master Weiss himself. Last time his efforts caused some severe warp manifestations. The ritual truly is perilous. Not to put too fine a point on it, Weiss nearly destroyed the ship back then. Incidentally, he had given us multiple warnings that it could happen. Lady Theodora ignored him, and we reaped the results. Oh, why do I get the feeling that I know what will happen next? I didn't see the ritual. Weiss kicked me out, but the echoes of it, that reached the decks were enough to scare me shitless. Weiss is a mighty old Grox, but his head is a mess. And I mean the bad kind of mess. The astropathic kind? I say we think twice before we risk having whatever lives lives inside his head crawl out. I already have a Psyker in my retinue. Idira can perform the ritual. The Vizier listens intently, not to the words of anyone present, but rather to someone invisible and inaudible. I hear you. Yes, the witch is weak. Death whispers of many names that it will claim if she is allowed. Names whose time to be erased is not now. I'm not weak. Lady Theodora didn't keep weaklings around, and neither does the Lord Captain. But a telepathic ritual of that scale really would be too big of a bite for me on my own. If it's listening to the whispers from beyond the door or frying someone with lightning, I can do. But looking for mutants by following the trails of their unclean little thoughts, that takes a special kind of learning. That is all. Master at Arms, your duty is done. I give you leave to wrap up the investigation on the officer's deck. My duty will be done when the threat is eliminated. I will brief the enforcers while you consult Choirmaster Weiss.
Not my specialty.
Alright. That was a lot of stuff. A lot of dialogue. My throat feels a little sore after that. I'll talk with Weiss a little later. Seven plasteel. A place so lifeless, contemplating it brings me indescribable calm. I will preserve its memory for my meditations. Monastery of the Order of the Hammer. Lord Captain, we have received a transmission from Foulstone. It was sent by members of the Order of the Hammer, votaries of St. Cognatius, whose monastery is the only settlement on the planet. Rather, it used to be. Some time ago, a transport vessel, the Navica, unloaded several thousand refugees from a planet belonging to rogue trader Winterscale. The Order of the Hammer has judged this invasion to be an act of aggression and is asking for your lordship's protection. We will not abandon people of faith in distress. Prepare a landing party and my shuttle. I'm taking the monastery under my protection. As it pleases you, lordship. 60 days after the feast of the passing of Nicomedes Keefe, the champion of faith, disquietude marred the calm of the monastery of the Order of the Hammer. Countless tortured souls, steeped in fear, arrived on Foulstone in a star bark. A great apostasy had befallen their home and turned them into abject wanderers seeking help and refuge. Their wicked and cruel captain, the owner of the Navica, had betrayed them, Once the unknowing souls in his care had made landfall on the world's surface, he most deviously recalled his shuttles and left, thus ridding himself of his duty of care to the unfortunate lot. Yeah, the main reason I didn't go for Whis is I didn't want to do that fight yet. I want another level or two first. That fight's a little spooky. Not knowing how they would survive in Foulstone's grim wastelands, the Forsaken people came to the monastery of St. Cognatius, and there they surrounded its walls. They hammered their fists on its gate and implored and wailed, "Take us in, protect us." And what once was a place of serenity and grace was now full of din, disorder, and all manner of things despicable. The interlopers brought with them worldly futility and strife, and mayhap also the seeds of alluring blasphemies, if friendly heathens lurked in their midst. After a prayer, the prelate Hectarchius turned his eye to the past in search of instructions. Alright, ads are about to play. They last for 3 minutes. They turn off pre-roll and mid-roll ads for the next hour. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content. And I will catch you all in 3 minutes. Alright, the ads are finished. We are back. That was a welcome respite for my voice. Prelate Hectarchius recalled the first missionaries to set foot on Foulstone's vast wasteland, led by their zeal for serving St. Cognatius, and those missionaries had received the blessing of Nicomedes Keefe, the champion of faith who had traveled with them in their starbark to found this place, a humble and pure abode wherein to cultivate wisdom and piety. You know, a part of me is missing Baldur's Gate 3 on how I was alternating between this game and Baldur's Gate 3 every other day. If only because Baldur's Gate 3 is fully voice acted and I didn't have to speak the entire time. St. Cognatius, a man of great endeavors, a warrior and wise artificer, never cowered behind the walls of a librarium, but stepped bravely into the darkness, carrying light in the palm of his hand, and he commanded others to do the same. And not only Foulstone, but many other worlds of the Cronus Expanse bear its imprint. What did I say? And Prelate Hectarchius did welcome the interlopers warmly as guests, but he did warn his brethren to keep their vigilance. The brethren and sisters of the Order of the Hammer came forth to meet the strangers, carrying water and protein victuals and medicinal herbs and jugs of promethium. But the crowd came to blows over viands, and blood was spilt, and many were trampled or mauled in the stampede, some of them dwellers of the monastery. When the warriors of the Order of the Hammer donned their flak cowls, inscribed words of praise to the God Emperor on their tactical visors, and went forth, ready to render service in battle, with las guns and bolters, they pierced the interlopers with their chain swords, and power flails they struck them. And a great and bloody harvest was reaped that day. But the interlopers, too scant though their armaments were, and scanter their skill in battle, slew many among the monastery's dwellers, for great were their numbers, and greater their desperation. The monks fled beyond their walls, and rang the vox alarm, and shut the gate, and commanded the armed guards to keep watch over that gate, slaying any who approached. Why are there 1, 2, 3 ands in that sentence? That is one hell of a run-on sentence. Huh. Anyway. A quarrel broke out. The hungry and the sick lay siege to the monastery, begging for help. In their spite, they blocked the water collector and unpowered the generatorium. The faithful, in the meantime, made ready to resist, and a miracle came to pass. The God Emperor sent his champion, his confidant, his right hand. Holy shit. That's a lot of profit factor, but you lose the, colony. Extended a veil of protection over the interlopers, taking them into his care, and thereby all Foulstone with them. Humbly, the Order of the Hammer heeded the God Emperor's confidence, and unsealed the airlocks, and opened the gate of its abode, and brought forth gifts of virtue to relieve the suffering of the ill-stricken. After a prayer, the architects set to work. In accordance with the saints' teachings and the parameters set forth in the standard template construct, they erected spacious living quarters and sturdy fort walls for the planetary militia, and a spacious auditorium wherein trade and store goods, and a proud censorum within whose walls clerks and servo bondsmen would maintain order and keep statistical records. And a new yet righteous way of life came to Foulstone, and the people rejoiced, and all was good. And here we get two profit fact. So I can get the Infernical, which is a flamer, which I care not about. Holy Gifts 20. Profit factor 2. Drusian reputation and efficiency. The privilege of becoming Foulstone's patron is a tempting prospect for many. However, with the Rogue Trader's assistance, the Order of the Hammer will retain ultimate authority over the world. 1,000 reputation isn't really a lot. This also gives profit factor and holy gifts and security as opposed to efficiency. So the big thing I lose out on is the Drusian's favor and the garbage flamer. It might be a good flamer, but it's a flamer, so I don't care. I'm calling it garbage. %5 chance to critical hit against chaos enemies. This would be the Ecclesiarchy lacks a capital in the Cronus Expanse from which to guide the faithful. If Foulstone ascends to the status of a cardinal world, the Adeptus Ministorum will ensure the prosperity of their new planetary stronghold. Heretics will tremble when they hear of the alliance between House von Valentius and the Ecclesiarchy. How does this one not give me Drusus' favor? Lord Captain's Void Ship gains the Shield of Faith feature. Plus 30% to the Prow Shield sector. No one in the entire Cronus Expanse will make a worthier guardian of a Sanctuary of Faith than the head of House von Valentius. A marvelous basilica will be erected in his honor in the world's capital. It will be decorated with a grand twin statue of the Emperor and the Rogue Trader. Thousands of parishioners and priests will say his name in their daily prayers and bring him reverent gifts. I think I'm going to go the High Throne here. Alternatively, I could just go with this. Since the other ones suck equally as much. I mean, 30% to the Prow Shield sector's nice. It's probably the best thing here. But I mean, I could just get the 1,000 reputation with Drusians. I wish I could see if the, like, what the T2 and further projects were. And if they required anything of the T1s. Let me Foulstone projects. Foulstone. Okay, none of them seem to care what I choose for the first one. Neat. Not that I can see, at least. So, it is between 1,000 favor with Drusians, or 30% to the Prow Shield sector. Honestly, I think I'm going to go with 30% to the Prow Shield sector, because the thing that is most likely to kill me in this game is probably space combat, and this gives me at least some benefit. So yeah. No one in the entire Coronis Expanse will make a worthier guardian of a sanctuary of faith than the head of the House von Valencius. A basilica will be erected in my honor. It will be decorated with a grand twin statue of the Emperor and the rogue traitor. Thousands of parishioners and priests will say his name in their daily prayers and will bring him reverent gifts. Alright, and then I don't have to worry about these in the immediate. But, soon. Whenever the wearer kills their target within a melee attack, all enemies in a 2-cell range around the wearer suffer willpower bonus mental damage. Nice Explorator's favor, though. Lord Captain's Void Ship gains the Blessing of the Fallen feature. 5% bonus to evasion. So it's either this one or this one. And then it's either this one or this one. But I can get these three no matter what, which is kind of nice. Alright. We are done here for the moment. We chart new routes. I want to find a way over to Lavella's Heart. I might just chart a path over there at some point. For now, though, we head to Furibundus. Lord Captain, urgent report. We have received an astropathic message from Regent Aranto Orcelio. The navigators are concerned about the fate of Cassia, who disappeared from Uric 5. The Regent is requesting an update on her current status, and he has also inquired about the possibility of a personal meeting to negotiate and arrange the return of Lady Navigator to her house. The psycho-emotional coding of the received message betrays acute concern, but it also contains something that the astropaths have failed to put into words. If you'll excuse my forthrightness, I feel it is necessary to tell House Orcelio the truth, otherwise a conflict with the novice nobility is possible, which, given the current state of the Cronus Expanse, will only play into the hands of the enemies of the Imperium. How did House Orcelio even learn that I have Cassia? I wish I knew, Lord Captain. It is troubling indeed. Perhaps we have a spy on board, or Regent Aranto is bluffing. In either case, I believe we should respond. Navigators are extremely powerful and useful allies to have. Tell House Orcelio that Cassia is safe and that the rogue trader would be honored to meet in person. I'll see to it, Lord Captain. Astropaths will retransmit your consent. Representatives of House Orcelio will be waiting for you on the capital world Dargonus. Receiving members of the novice nobility, is always a delicate matter. Please make sure to discuss details of this meeting with your Chancellor upon arrival. Apologies for disturbing you, Lord Captain. I just thought you should know the Lady Navigator has successfully guided the ship out of the warp's hold and left the Sanctum Navis, but instead of going to her chambers as usual, she headed for yours. Perhaps you will want to prepare for this meeting. Greetings, Lord Captain. I meant to inform you that our journey through the warp went well. My navigator's gaze perceived the light of the Astronomicon beyond the tumultuous waves of the Sea of Souls, albeit with some difficulty. The crew and Master Helmsman conducted themselves adequately. My instructions during the jump helped them find their focus and guide the ship without any serious incidents. Thank you for the report, but I'd already noticed for myself that the ship was intact. Unless, of course, the last few hours of my life have all been a cunning trick of the warp. I never doubted your abilities as a navigator, Lady Cassia. My crew is fortunate to have you. It pleases me to hear this, Lord Captain. I'm equally satisfied with your manner of command. I see you have many compelling works of art here, but precious few paintings. I, for one, do enjoy passing what little spare time I have with a brush in hand. Why, just recently I created a beautiful voidscape inspired by our travels together. I cannot show it to you quite yet, as it still only exists in my mind's eye. But the imagery? Oh, if only you could see it. My quarters do indeed sorely lack exquisite finery, but I hope that your painting will soon adorn these walls. Cassia cocks her head in surprise. Do you really wish that it would? But I must admit, I am nothing more than an amateur. You will have to forgive me, Lord Captain, but I do not think that is such a good idea. These chambers are in need of masterpieces, while I paint merely for my own pleasure. Her furtive smile speaks louder than her polite refusal. On the other, one other thing I meant to tell you is that I am quite well read, and that my knowledge is not limited to the navigator's craft. I am versed in many other scholarly fields, such as the centenary history of the Calixis sector, or Cassia shrugs awkwardly. Navigators are taught to familiarize themselves with the warp from childhood. Should you require my help, that is to say my counsel, my knowledge is extensive, so please do not hesitate to ask. He fiddles with a lock of her hair while still proudly holding her chin high and avoiding your gaze at the same time. You do not need to prove your worth to me, Cassia. With each passing day, I learn about new sides of you, and you amaze me every time. You're too kind, Lord Captain. Cassia looks away, but before she does, you catch a strange, fleeting expression on her face. Could it be joy? I apologize. I must be distracting you from important matters. With this, please permit me to leave your presence, Lord Captain. Cassia gives a courteous nod, gracefully picks up her cloak, and takes leave. Alright. I'm going to warp over to Sato's tomb after I check this. Alright. So I can't do Shield of the Emperor yet, much as I want to. I can, however, do these. The genetic purges will be stopped. This world needs working hands. Issuing this decree will significantly tighten production quotas, dooming laggards to being processed into corpse starch, which will encourage the most diligent servants. People 2. How many people do I have here? 3? I will go with Genetic Mercy first. Get more resources to work with. Lord Captain, Lady Orcelio was asking where she could find you. I sent her to your study. You can expect her there shortly. Lord Captain, could you spare a moment to discuss a personal matter? Cassia's less than graceful movements betray her anxiety. She lowers her eyes slightly and fidgets with a satin handkerchief as she waits for your answer. I am Lord Captain once again, I see. Surely you know that you may call me by name. I may, but I will not. I would not wish to overstep any boundaries around anyone, let alone the rogue trader himself. I will admit I am intrigued. What is this personal matter? I'm rather embarrassed to ask you about something like this, but last I was here, I noticed a curious tome on the shelves of your personal library. A rather heavy-looking volume bound in a worn, gilded cover with a symbol of Adeptus Ministorum on it. Martyrdom of Saint Visteria, I believe it was. Cassia waves her hand in the direction of the shelves, and the satin handkerchief slips out of her fingers. Oh. Perception test failed. Of course it did. I have next to no perception to speak of. Pick up the handkerchief, bring it to my lips, then return it to Cassia. The soft fabric tickles your lips, and the subtle scent envelops you like a thin veil. Cassia accepts the handkerchief with a nod of gratitude, and for the first time gives you a look filled with warmth and affection. Thank you, Lord Captain. I believe I should return to my chambers now. What about the book? She graces you with a half-hidden smile and swiftly leaves the study. Alright, I want to go over here. Let me see if I can get there from Mundus Nullius system. Because I don't remember exactly how to get over there. Maybe it was from up here? I wish there was a map I could see of, like, standard... Is there, maybe? Of course there's not. Alright, well, I mean, if I go to enough places, I will be able to just Navigator's Insight over there if I need to. I'll head here first. I do believe this is the sector with Solomorn in it. Another watch aboard the Void ship has come to an end. The Lord Captain, having given his final orders for the day, retired to his chambers for some divine rest. However, the rogue trader's slumber was disturbed by horrific nightmares plaguing his mind. Fate wrenched the Lord Captain out of the clutches of those agonizing warp dreams, only for him to witness the nightmares seeping through the flimsy membrane of the Geller field, taking physical shape in the ship's sanctum. To battle. Oh, God. I hate this fight. I hate this fight something fierce.
A new challenge for me.
I just have to live until Abelard gets here. Oh, is this not the fight that I thought it was? This might be free. Oh yeah, no, this is free. I thought this was gonna be the, like, fight where it's all demonettes. There's only a couple demonettes. I can deal with that. Relocate you here. Oh, I want to give it to you, not... Oh, whatever. Medicaid signal. Abelard should be showing up here any second.
Emperor, protect me.
Quick, quick! I can't stand it! Emperor, protect me!
Alright. Sadly, he is nowhere near me. Is there any way for me to deal with this? Not really. So I'll just try and take out as much as I can before I go down.
Let's see how they respond to this. Something of value has been lost. Suits my purposes.
Abelard, you have a job to do.
Victory is imminent. At your beck and call. Indeed. I took care of this one.
Alright, and then you can taunt.
It will be done.
And sworn enemy, the demonette. Pain. Yo, I blocked.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
For now.
Minds exist only to be broken.
Yo, I blocked twice.
Protect me. I can handle this.
Quick, quick! I can't stand it.
Alright, we
At your beck and
endure.
call. Victory
Wall of
is
Rockcrete. We are not doing a lot of damage here. We
At your
taunt.
beck and call.
We move up one.
Tried and tested
And
tactics
bash.
are the best ones. A soldier would have been disciplined for such a performance. Indeed.
And we make sure that this is our sworn enemy. Where is your bird? Relocate to
Let's see what you can
here.
do.
It does not look like you're transmitting anything, which is incredibly annoying. But that is fine. We can attempt to fire this off instead. And then try to weaken the demonette. Vesper, what are you doing? Why is Vesper having his own turn and shit?
Nothing I can't.
Why am I not able... What? Why did I only have, like, one action point? Oh, because of the demonettes. Oh, gross.
Accept it. Embrace it.
Ow.
Emperor, protect me.
Emperor, protect me.
I'm actually living a surprisingly long time. I hate that Vesper isn't transmitting. It sucks so much. You're just a sniper this fight.
There you discern the future on the battlefield. Will do. But of course.
Thankfully, you do make a passable sniper. Not a good one, but passable. Why am I unable to move here? Okay. I will reckless rush. And then we concentrated fire.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Get ass blasted.
Faith without
Run and
deeds
gun.
is worthless. Guided by faith. Strike is a prayer.
And then I can
Doubt is the
toxic
weak.
spike. Vesper's just kind of doing its own thing.
It will be done.
Alright, can move down here and charge in.
A tactically sound approach.
And then we slap.
You are target.
And then we can daring breach.
For von Valancius.
Up here. And try and taunt as many of them as we
My
can.
place is at the fore.
Because that is your job, Abelard.
I will do my duty.
Meanwhile, here. There's no shot I can get you with this, right? Yeah.
Suits my purposes.
Well, I might be going down here. Like, personally, not the game. Thankfully, my going down here isn't a loss.
I can handle this. Emperor, protect me.
My poor Servo Skull Swarm. It saved my life.
Rejoice in battle!
Alright, we'll move up here. Revel in Slaughter. Concentrated Fire.
As the Emperor commands, I can escape the Emperor's judgment. I'll do it.
Run and gun. If I move there, I'm able to hit 2 of them.
God Emperor,
I'm okay with this.
through me. Be the fire in my heart.
Point of curiosity.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Try to die with grace at least.
There we go. And Cabela just starts doing Cabela things as soon as she can. I don't think she's ever going to make it to combat, though.
What is this foreboding?
Vesper having a mind of its own is still quite humorous to me.
Follow my lead. At your beck and call.
Wall of Rock Create.
Victory.
Endure. Charge.
Indeed.
Taunt.
It will be done.
And I somehow didn't go down yet.
I will do my duty.
You serve me,
Too easy.
and then you get Voice of Command,
I can't do.
and I will try to shield Bop. Really? You didn't get taunted, huh? I went down right at the end.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet.
Revel in Slaughter. Concentrated Fire. Reckless Rush.
As the Emperor commands,
Yeah.
I'll do it.
Yeah. You're just gonna get blasted repeatedly. Enjoy. Abelard, charge this sorry fool.
Reduced to dust.
Honestly, that fight went far smoother than it normally does for me. Chart new routes. Yes, this does lead over there. Good, good. We got Genetic Mercy on Dargonus. Foulstone we have here. Lord Captain, the world of Foulstone has been upset by a conflict between the followers of the Order of Hammer and the refugees of the Winterscale Dynasty's domain. An argument broke out near the tomb of the renowned holy man, Nicomedes Keefe. And the tomb was damaged in the fray. The pilgrims, revering Keefe's rival, Philopomenes of Malpi, claim Keefe to be a thief who had stolen the relics of Saint Cognatius and violated the sacred mystery of his resting place, sate his greed. The Order of the Hammer is furious with the heretical statements and the desecration of Keefe's burial site. So here, we would get a security at the cost of complacency, and we would get Saint Cognatius' relic. Gains 5% chance to reduce incoming warp damage by half for each point of deflection. It feels worthless. Here, gain a complacency, lose an efficiency. Or get the Malpian Shroud at the cost of complacency. And we want this Malpian Shroud. Whenever the wearer deals damage with a melee attack, they gain +9 temporary wounds. The wielder's melee attacks deal an additional 0 damage. So it is toughness bonus +3 times Iconoclast rank. So I feel like it would be 8 times 16 temporary wounds for Abelard. And then temporary wounds divided by 2. And he can stack temporary wounds to the moon. Who is this Nicomedes and Philopomenes? What's the issue here? Saint Nicomedes Keefe is a missionary who arrived in the Expanse alongside the founders of the Order of the Hammer, offering them valuable guidance for colonizing Foulstone. He converted many worlds to the Imperial Creed, but his most famous feat was his search for the burial site of the legendary preacher Saint Cognatius, who conquered the Expanse thousands of years ago. Leaving behind scores of relics, Keefe was able to track down some of those relics. The order was named after Power Hammer of Saint Cognatius, Piety's Charge. Philopomenes of Malpi is a priest from Winterscale's realm. He preached in the same times as Nicomedes Keefe and denounced him for the false veneration of Saint Cognatius. He believed that Cognatius preached the incomprehensibility of the highest wisdom to the people, and that any attempt to learn it would only lead to heresy. He called the search for Saint Cognatius's burial site blasphemy, and the collection of relics looting and soliciting. In his opinion, the sacred objects should not be congregated in one place, but should find haven across the many worlds. The relics are power, and their aggregation gives way to pride. What say my advisors? For a group that has just arrived in a foreign realm, the Malpians' conduct is insolent at best. Penance should be imposed on them. We will send them on a pilgrimage to find the relics of Saint Cognatius and learn the ways of Saint Keefe. In this way, they would be of use for returning the lost relics, and the Order of the Hammer would be satisfied with a just verdict. There was a similar theological dispute at the Fifth Ophelian Council, and the conflict between the two cults was resolved in sacred duel. 20 champions from each side came forward, both sides vowing to accept the victor's teachings if they lost. I propose to invoke the council's edict and settle the dispute in the same way. They believe that their faith is superior, then let them prove it. Subject them to a severe test of faith. If they survive it, they will have proven their steadfastness. Even if the Order of the Hammer does not accept their arguments, it will be easier for them to recognize the newcomer's right, to interpret the way of St. Cognatius if they prove it with their own blood and pain. The Melpians have renounced the concept of possession. Their vows are true and similar to ours, but they lack humility and reverence for the dead. Bloodspun Web could embrace their leaders. We could teach them. We could soothe the turmoil. So now it is... I get the Relic and gain a security. I get the Relic and the Blade Dancer's Greaves. And gain a security. I gain a complacency and a soul pattern power sword. I gain the Melpian Shroud by itself. We shall allow the Melpians to prove their the strength of their convictions through severe trial of faith. So I gain the Melpian Shroud and nothing else. That thing is worth its weight in gold. Let them show the weight of their words and teachings. 100 Melpians have volunteered to undergo the trial of faith. 62 have survived, proving the steadfastness of their beliefs and earning the respect of the Order of the Hammer. The indomitable teaching of Philippomenes of Malpi laid down deep roots upon the hard soil of Foulstone. The followers of his teachings were zealous and determined. Alright, what do we have here? We can gain complacency. And we can gain Fellowship of the Void. Both of these I'm fine with. I will grab this one for the profit factor. And the Fellowship of the Void. Here, I gained people from getting Genetic Mercy. Here, what is your complacency? 2? Here, I can trade that complacency for efficiency. And gain 3 provisions. I might take that at some point. Here, though, I will just take 2 people for efficiency. According to the new doctrine, the disenfranchised will be servitorized or disposed of through hazardous work. And we just need the Promethium, and then we can get this. It appears my internet is shitting the bed again. Not only does it appear that my internet is shitting the bed again, but it is nearly time for ads. Yeah. It's nearly time for ads. I've been streaming for about 6 hours. I think I will just call this a good stopping point. And we shall continue this tomorrow. Thank you all for stopping by. Very much appreciate it. If you enjoyed what you saw, please hit that follow button. I have a Discord where I post when I go live, and you can chat with me. Oops. I can type. And I have a YouTube where I post previous videos. And let's see if anybody is live that I want to raid. Nope, not that I'm seeing. Alright, have a wonderful day, everyone, and take care.